from the internet, and the router's just right under my desk, so it's really
Oh,
nice.
there you go. All right. And I see your cat is in the back there. That's nice.
Yeah, my friend gave me a Galaxy doll bed, and I didn't really have any dolls, so I put my cat on it, and she
Oh,
now
that's
falling in
nice.
love with it. That's my
Libby
cat.
cat.
That's great. So how about have you done any observing lately, Libby, or have you gone out with your telescopes in the last couple of weeks?
Yes, I did last night because we had a full week of clouds and snow and rain, and it was just really bad weather. I had the telescopes out, so I had all my telescopes
Wow.
inside. And then last night I took them all out. I taught my mom how to use a Galileo scope because she didn't know, and she looked at the moon through the Galileo scope. I had all my telescopes out in my observatory tent, so it
Isn't
was
it fun
nice.
to try out different scopes? It must be nice because you can look at different things, right? So, but are you finding that you're using certain telescopes for different objects, or?
Um, I usually use my I haven't used my Dobsonian for Saturn and Jupiter yet, and usually I use my Newtonians for that. Just because it's a little bit easier. Because I haven't tried it yet in my Dobsonian, which I need to try. And last night I tried my 6.4 lens on the moon, and I didn't try that in like a while, and it was amazing. So I'm really good with Newtonians, and I'm learning a lot more about my Dobsonian the more I use it.
Yeah, it's really neat. You know that what's really nice is as you get more experience with using the telescopes, you'll find some really nice, for example, like you say, I mean, you don't normally think of using a Dobsonian for planets, but boy, oh boy, when you do, you're going to really love the view. I can tell you that. You let it cool down, you look at Saturn or something, you'll be amazed. It is so the colors are much more vibrant, contrast and very sharp. It gives you really good resolution. You'll really enjoy it.
Or maybe
And
not.
then,
And then you go into another field like stock market or something like that. You never know. You just got to
no
try.
way,
I don't
no
think
way,
so.
dude.
The way you're shaking your head, I think you've chosen your field, and I'm proud of you, Libby.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome. That's awesome. So, David, you were actually there was a couple times where you were actually out there in your field. You're in Arizona, right?
I am in Arizona, southern Arizona. I was out watching Lyrids last night. I got 6 very faint ones, and
All right.
it's kind of fun. But when on the maximum on Wednesday, there'll be almost a full moon, so don't think I'll be able to see any then, but or maybe. But back into meteors, that's my favorite area of observing.
Oh yeah.
My
Actually,
second
the
favorite is comets.
other night I was just looking, when I was doing my survey, I just glanced up and I saw a point meteor. That was really neat. Where it just comes straight at you, right? You just
Oh
see
yeah,
this flash.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
kind of cool.
strange. Yeah.
Yeah,
Point
yeah. I
meteors
guess
are point meteors are illegal in Arizona, southern
Oh,
Arizona.
illegal.
If you see one here, you can get a ticket.
yeah, yeah. And then Scott, you were saying you just like you're right beside Libby. You were getting some weather. How is it looking tonight or in the rest of the week?
Well, of course, the night after full night of observing, we got almost 2 inches of snow. And
Wow.
last night when I was observing, usually during the nighttime, it's a little bit more colder because the sun's not out. It was 60 degrees and it was really sunny yesterday and it was hot. And then today we've got almost 2 inches of snow. and we
That's
had
a
to
lot.
cover all of our new flowers and everything.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's the. I mean, it's pretty, but on the other hand, it's if it gets a little heavy, it kind of is hard on the flowers. That's true. Well, hopefully it sublimes and it melts away quickly, and then it'll be good.
Yes, it is melting right now. So where I live, climate change is so huge because the other day it was hot and then now it's cold and then now it's going to be hot again tomorrow and then rainy and rainy.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's hopefully it gets more stable as we get into May. Yeah, here in Seattle, we've been having very unusual, incredibly clear skies. That's how I was able to bag. I got over 500 galaxies, I would say, in the last week. I just, like I said, you know how intimidating it is when you start to dive into, like, Coma Berenices, kind of this Vanityce and Virgo is just like a swarm of galaxies. So it's like, okay, well, how do you do this, right? And I just methodically went through it, and I took one constellation at a time. Virgo took me 3 nights actually. And but just like I say, just incredible weather. You know, I have to say I haven't seen it so good. It's seeing with probably two for on the average.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, so it was quite nice. And of course, to top it all off, I had the moon, the new moon as well. So
Hey, Adrian. I like your background, dude.
Thank you.
Hello, Adrian. Good to see you.
Hello,
Hi,
David.
Adrian.
Adrian, hey.
I am looking for the button that'll allow me to change my view, but I think I'm it's because we're broadcasting the 2 minutes to start, so I have to scroll to see all of you.
Can I get a sound check real quick? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can
All
hear
right,
Hear you,
Jason.
Jason.
Good.
Howdy.
Hi, Carol.
Awesome.
We hear you
Good day.
Oh, David.
The only one that we're not hearing very well is unfortunately Libby.
Hello.
Even though she's a little better
Hi,
than it
DP.
was, it's still almost impossible to hear her. Hello, DP.
Hello.
DP from Nepal.
Oh, I guess we'll do the best we can with what we have.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be watching.
We have it pretty good. So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
pretty good.
in the middle of there's another Zoom meeting going on, but I'll probably just drop that one and stay on this one. I'm actually using 2 devices at once, which is pretty cool. Oh, and David, your favorite tree, I've gone out and taken a couple of pictures of it.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
Yeah, I'll shoot you an email with a couple of images I have. Yesterday it was 60 and raining. Today it was snowing. So I took some identical shots with the different weather featuring that tree. So you'll get an email soon.
And one of these days, I'd like to see that tree in person.
That winter is the
Perhaps you as
best
well.
time. Winter is the best time because you can walk up to the tree. The farmer plants during spring and summer, and so walking through his crops probably not a good idea. But during winter, when everything's covered with snow, that's when I walked right up to it. So I'll send you I'll make a gallery, and I will make sure to send you the gallery. And
Thank
it's
you.
one of my favorite tree.
Thanks, Adrian.
I had been looking to photograph it for maybe a couple of years before I finally did.
Good for you, Adrian. David and I talked a little bit about the squirrel after you left.
Yellow squirrel?
Yeah.
On January 9th, 2020, NASA's Lucy mission team revealed that the spacecraft would be visiting not 7 asteroids as planned, but 8. As it turns out, Euripides, one of the Trojan asteroids along Lucy's path, has a small satellite or moonlet orbiting it. Finding these tiny new worlds before Lucy is launched in 2021 means that the team can investigate their orbits and plan for more detailed follow-up observations during flybys. Dr. Keith Knoll and other Lucy Science team members have been using the Hubble Space Telescope to search for satellites and rings around Lucy's targets. This can be challenging, since the raw images are often filled with bumps, blobs, and diffraction spikes. The Lucy team didn't see any evidence of a new satellite until November 2019. After experimenting with the brightness and contrast on the Hubble images, Dr. Knoll saw a peculiar faint spot in much brighter Euripides. Dr. Mike Brown, another team member, noticed the spot showed up in a slightly different position on another set of Hubble images taken 2 days later. This change suggested that the spot was an orbiting satellite. The team went back to Hubble and got 3 more chances to make observations of the possible new satellite. On the first 2 tries, the little moonlet was nowhere to be found. But on the 3rd observation, on January 3rd, 2020, they found the possible new satellite again. It was clearly visible next to Euripides, which was over 6,000 times brighter. This huge difference in brightness suggests that the satellite is less than 1 kilometer in diameter, very small compared to Euripides at 64 kilometers. With a few more Hubble observations, the team pinned down the new satellite's orbit, and they proposed a name. The International Astronomical Union approved, and from now on the little satellite will be known as Ketta, after Enriqueta Vassiliou, the first woman to light the Olympic cauldron. Evidence indicates that the Trojan asteroid Euripides is the largest fragment from a massive asteroid collision that happened billions of years ago. It is possible that the new satellite Ketta is a remnant of that catastrophic event. Whether with Hubble or with the Lucy spacecraft's flyby, each observation enriches our understanding about the Trojan asteroid's formation and Euripides' relationship with its newly discovered companion. The discovery of this new moonlet around the Trojan asteroid Euripides is just a preview of the incredible scientific knowledge that will be captured by the Lucy mission as it explores this area of our solar system.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and this is our 42nd Global Star Party. So excited to be back here with you guys to do this. We did the 41st just on Friday, and so it's been amazing. It's been fun. When I look back on all the amazing people that have participated on Global Star Party, both in the audience and the speakers and presenters, we have covered a universe of amazing subjects and imaging and topics, and I think we're just getting started, really. So I'm deeply honored to be able to participate in this and to be able to do what we can't do to bring this to you. And so our first up, as always, has been is David Levy. David is someone that really just gives us so much inspiration. I've heard it from the audience. I hear it from the people that are presenting with us. For many of the people that are presenters here, they go, they're just, it's like being on stage with like your favorite celebrity or something. It is really amazing. And a lot of us, if it would be our first time to do something like that with David or David Eicher or any of these people, you might be a little bit nervous, okay? But and I could say that there was certainly a once upon a time I would be too. But they make it nice. They make it a pleasure, and and you realize that they're there to be not only to share and to interact with you, but to be your friend. And so I think that's really important. I think that characterizes the amateur astronomical community at large. And so anyways, I could go on and on about those kinds of things. But I'm going to go ahead and give the stage over to David Levy. David, thank you for coming on once again yet for the 42nd Global Star Party.
Well, thank you, Scotty, and it's really an honor and a privilege to be here. We have several thousand people around the world tonight, and what I have to tell all of you several thousand people is that I don't believe there is one of you, not one, who either has lost a parent at some point or will be losing a parent or a grandparent at some point. Even our next generation, Libby, is going to have that sometime in her life. And I hope that that doesn't happen for a very, very, very long time. But I think some of us I've talked about these personal losses that have affected how the night sky has helped us go through these losses. I remember when I lost my father from Alzheimer's disease, I went outside quietly and looked up at the night sky, and I didn't even know what I was looking at. I just stared. I just stared and stared and could never really stop just staring at the night sky. And I know that Scotty has just had a loss very, very recently. And I'm hoping that the night sky will help you and give you some comfort as well. David, when I think of the fun that you and your dad have had, talking about the Civil War, coming to Tucson and watching Lincoln, I will never forget that experience with you. And the fun that you had with him. And when you gave your talk about him a few weeks ago, it was just so special to hear that. Anyway, I remember when I was losing my dad from Alzheimer's disease, I was at the same time at a graduate studies at Queen's University in Ontario. And we were talking about King Lear, and King Lear was actually having his aged temper tantrums. And they were all talking about, about aged tyranny that people like King Lear were going through. And then the professor looked at me and said, well, we haven't heard from you, David. And I said, no, I just been thinking of my dad, who is dying like King Lear from Alzheimer's disease, in which every day is having like a funeral for a person who still lives. The group just was silent. And the professor finally said, to hell with King Lear, we're going to talk about your dad for a while. And for the next 15 minutes or so, I was just able to unload in that group, and I've never forgotten it. And now I am still doing what I do, doing what I love to do, which is loving to go outside, looking at the night sky, looking at the Lyrid meteor shower, as I did just last night, and also to write for other people. The book that I've just completed is actually for Libby's generation, and it is a book for children. And the reason I'm writing it is that of all the books I've done, my wife's favorite is a book that I wrote when I was 10 years old. It was called Clipper, and it was about our dog, about our little beagle that we had at the time. And I wrote about this dog, and it was pre-astronomy days, so I haven't found a word about astronomy there. Although I think I'm still looking for it. I may find one eventually. But anyway, I'm looking at that book and trying to think of it. And I asked Wendy one day a number of years ago what it was about that she liked. And Wendy said that, well, here's this 10-year-old know-nothing kid who sits at an old Smith Corona typewriter and types out a book about his dog at age 10. And I've never forgotten that. and the phonetic spelling that I use. Anyway, I decided to write a second version of that about a magic beagle, also called Clipper, who would take people out to the night sky using a magic telescope called Eureka, which is the telescope that Scotty sent to me a couple of years ago. And I've just completed it. I'm looking for a publisher. Nobody wants to publish it because either they don't publish children's books or they don't like this children's book. But anyway, I think it's the first book for children that's ever been written that has a whole chapter about the voids in the night sky and trying to explain to children what a void is and how one can get excited about absolutely nothing, even when that, especially when that absolutely nothing is huge. Anyway, I've finished that book with a quotation. And of all the quotes that I've read to you over the years and over the months that we've had the Global Star Party, this is the one that I used to end this is the one that I've used to end my book about the magic beagle, Clipper. It's by William Blake from his Auguries of Innocence, published way back in 1803. To see the world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. Thank you, and back to you, Scotty.
Thank you very much, David. That's awesome. Well, it's, you know, some very special comments from the audience. Thank you very much. You know, I think that as we learn about the, you know, cycle of life and the cycle of things through astronomy, sometimes it really strikes home when, you know, these things are personal. And so it's, you know, I think of, you know, I think of our, you know, they say that we're made of star stuff and stardust, and you know, so we continue to go on, and it's some of the stories are humorous, you know, where Norm was talking about hearing his own father's voice coming out of his mouth. So it's you know, those are all wonderful things, and so the people that love us and care for us and all the rest of it, it's very special, and you know, it's something not to take lightly. And so you know, and David Eicher has spoken of his father, and David Levy has spoken of David's father a few times. I wish I could have met him. He is, I love the way that David Eicher honors his dad in some of the presentations and writings and postings that he does. That kind of thing is really cool. So, David, thank you for coming on to the show again today. And what's going to be the topic this time?
Well, thank you, Scott, for having me. I'm honored to be here again. And last week I spoke a little bit about dark matter. And tonight I'm going to talk about another thing that we really don't know much at all about, but it's very, very important in the scheme of things, dark energy. And just to pitch in a little on that thought, it's, you know, you've really created our ancestors, you know, they really live on through us. And we are, of course, literally made of star stuff, as our old friend Carl used to talk about. And you know, the atoms in our bodies were created in Big Bang nucleosynthesis, or most of them heavier than hydrogen, helium, and deuterium and lithium, in massive stars that exploded. So that heritage, that of honoring our parents, our ancestors, lives on through us. And Scott, you've really created quite a family of people who are intellectually interested and aware and excited about all these things, and are a group and a very respectful unit of friends and family together with what you've done. So that is quite a legacy from you honoring our forebears as well.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
So tonight, David, did you want to add something? Okay. So tonight I'd like to talk about if we thought we had a problem in that we don't know what dark matter is after 75 years since Fritz Zwicky came up with the notion, and after 50 years after Vera Rubin collected the observational evidence for it, we've really got a problem that began in 1998. With a discovery that created a much larger mystery yet, that really upset the apple cart of the understanding of the standard model of how we know the universe exists and what's in it. From Einstein, of course, as we talked about last week, we know that the universe is composed of mass and energy, and E equals mc squared, of course, tells us c squared, the speed of light, is a constant. Energy and mass are the same thing in different interconvertible forms, and we can, of course, test that in many, many ways, the simplest of which may be eating a cracker and running across the room and converting that mass into energy. From the Planck satellite, a series of satellites, cosmological satellites, since the confirmation of the Big Bang in 1964 by our pals Arno Penzias and Bob Wilson. Bob Wilson is still around and involved with the Starmus Festival. We know that beginning in 1992 with the COBE satellite, and then most recently with the European Planck satellite, the composition of the universe pretty well. We know it's 13.8 billion years old now, and we know that it contains about 69% dark energy, about 26% dark matter, and about 5% baryonic matter, normal bright matter. That is normal baryons, normal atoms made up of subatomic particles. So that includes, stars and galaxies and trees and cats and dogs and humans. In 1998, however, a discovery really threw an enormous wrench into this understanding of things with two groups who were discovering and examining a huge range of supernovae, of exploding stars, some of those very things that created all the heavy elements, heavy as astronomers call them. And those are massive exploding stars, of course, at the ends of their lives. One was the supernova cosmology product that was headed by Saul Perlmutter at Lawrence Berkeley Labs in California, and it included 32 teams of researchers. The other one was called the High Z, that is high redshift or very distant supernova search team. That was headed by Brian Schmidt in Australia, and it contained 20 teams of researchers. So working partly together and partly separately, these groups of teams made this breakthrough discovery. There was one person who was a member of both of these teams, Alex Filipenko, who's also a friend and a contributor to the magazine. The focus of both these teams was really looking at type 1a supernovae. Now, these are exploding stars in a binary system in which one member is a white dwarf and it's drawing material off of the more massive star, and it reaches a very precise point in which an explosion that's of cataclysmic nature takes place. This type of explosion, it takes place at a very precise and significant stage of the star's evolution, meaning the absolute brightness of the event is known very precisely. This is the same object that goes back to Edwin Hubble's discovery of the nature of galaxies in 1923, as we've talked about before. So it can be used, of course, as astronomers found, as a gauge of distance in a very critical way, a very important so-called standard candle to measure distances. And both teams were looking cosmologically at these exploding stars and also their distances in the late 1990s, and found that some extremely distant supernovae were moving more quickly than they would have been expected from the normal so-called Hubble expansion of the universe. That is, that the expansion of the universe derived from these very distant supernovae is accelerating over time. It was always assumed to be a constant, the expansion rate of the universe. The results from all of these groups then agreed. So this really threw an enormous monkey wrench into cosmology and astrophysics. The name given to the force, it's believed to be a force that is pushing the expansion of the universe apart, this universal acceleration, if you will, was called dark energy. No one yet knows what dark energy is, although many cosmologists are working on analyzing the problem. If you want to guarantee yourself a Nobel Prize, if you figure out what dark energy is, I will absolutely guarantee you'll get one. It's the primary focus of major astronomical research groups now. Over the last generation, it represents more than 2/3 now of the mass energy of the universe that we fundamentally do not understand. And just to backtrack to last week, we know that dark matter exists, and we really don't know yet what it consists of either. So big puzzles that we have about the nature of the energy and the mass of the universe. For now, we need to be satisfied that we understand, here's to put it positively, about 5% of the composition of the universe reasonably well. We do not comprehend about 95% of the universe. So my conclusion is that astronomers, as long as the funding is still there, are not going to run out of work anytime soon. And that we have a great deal to understand about the nature of the cosmos in future years that will no doubt be very exciting for us to follow.
Wonderful. Yes.
So that's
great.
all. That's all I have. And I promise next week we'll get back to some more results instead of just some head scratching about these two great mysteries.
I like the pregnant pause right at the very end. It's just like, okay, that's awesome. It's awesome.
Remember that there was a very good movie, in which, it was A Serious Man, the movie in which the professor who's befuddled with all kinds of life challenges is writing out, the Schrodinger's cat and other physics equations, steps back from an enormous blackboard, that's filled with calculus and other equations, and says, so if you didn't grasp, after this lecture, the meaning of it all, let me summarize by saying at some great grand level, we really don't understand what's going on at all. And that from the Coen brothers, when it comes to these two things, is no exaggeration.
Well, that's the adventure, that we're still trying to figure it out with luckily some of the greatest minds in the world. So it's awesome. Okay, David, thank you so much. Thank you. Up next is someone that goes by the handle of the Vast Reaches, Mr. Jason Gonzalez. Jason has been on our shows several times, and he always blows our minds with incredible imagery, and it's not only the images that he's really, how would I say it? I mean, just, it goes beyond expertise. It goes beyond, when you have someone that can present an image like that can make you pause and gaze into what part of the universe this is. And then, it's awesome to have to have Jason there too, because he's explaining what it is, and he interprets it very well. And so, Jason, thank you very much for coming on. I know that you've had a very, very busy schedule, and so I'm glad that you're able to make it tonight.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Scott. Thanks for having me. I had some plans on what I was going to show today, but I think I'm going to call an audible and go off script here.
Okay, that's
based
cool.
on what David said, I have a recent image here, which is a shot of a galaxy cluster, and listening to his talk just got me thinking a bit about this. One of my favorite things about this hobby and this discipline of astrophotography is taking these shots of distant objects and just kind of digging in and exploring a little bit around what I've actually captured, because on the surface you don't really see all these little minute details that end up in pretty much everybody's astro photos. But there are ways to look up and understand a little bit more deeply of what you're looking at, and I think that's what I'm going to show here. So I'm going to try to share this screen on a second computer. Please let me know if this comes through.
Yes.
You able to see that?
I see your Zoom dialog box.
That's okay. That's the wrong screen. Let me share the other screen. We'll get there. Okay. Are you able to see that?
I see. Okay. Yes, we do see that.
So I'm going to go full screen with this image.
That's the box.
Yeah.
I was looking at the other night.
This is the box galaxies. Singular box. Multiple galaxies.
Wow, I've never observed those before.
Yeah, so this is a grouping of galaxies in Coma Berenices, and it's an interesting cluster, rather small to see. This frame here, just to give you an idea, frame top to bottom is about 30 arc minutes, so it spans about the diameter, the apparent diameter of the moon in the sky. And so this cluster here, is about the size of maybe one of the Maria on the moon, which you can see visually, but obviously it's way too faint to see with your eyeballs. The interesting thing about this galaxy cluster is there's not only this main cluster, but if you look down here towards the lower part of the image, there's also a distant galaxy cluster.
Oh, look at that
here. And a lot of interesting little galaxies peppered around there. Some edge-on spiral galaxies you can see over in here, up towards the top. I can make it go up there. Yeah, there's some nice face-on spirals out there. But one of the things I like to do with shots like this is explore what these objects actually are. So what I thought I'd do for this is kind of take you through my process of how I identify these objects and find them. So I'm going to split screen here, or actually before I do this, I'm going to rotate this image so that north is up. And that will help us.
So Jason, which equipment did you use for this?
This is with the Edge HD, the 8-inch Edge HD. With the ASI 1600 camera, and it's on an Atlas Pro telescope mount.
I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah,
go so deep.
This process, I usually start off with looking at the SIMBAD database, CDS. I don't know what those acronyms stand for, but this is a database collected. I think it's based out of France, and allows you to search objects. So I know in this box galaxies, one of the main galaxies here, I think it's this large lenticular galaxy here is NGC 4169. So we'll start with that. And you can find that data just from a planetarium software or something like that. That's how I found it. As you can see, what this gives you here then is a breakdown of the galaxy and all these photometric properties and all that jazz that goes with it. But kind of what I like to do to understand it a little bit more is to find the distances to these galaxies, because I think that's one of the things that's interesting is the extreme galactic distances we're looking across. And where I like to do that is if you look down at the bottom of the page, there's this NED extragalactic database, which is a NASA managed page. And it just brings you to another page full of information. But to find the distances information, you can look here at redshifts. And that'll show you, based on the some assumed cosmological properties, distances to the galaxies in megaparsecs, and for closer galaxies, it agrees very well with the this singular property here, which is light travel time, and that's 194 or 0.94 gigalight years, which is 194 million light years. So this galaxy right here is roughly 200 million light years away from us. Where things get really interesting is when you compare, say, for example, these other galaxies in the cluster. You can query the Sinbad database to a radius, and you can't see it there, 20, I'm saying 20 arc minutes around this galaxy. Show me all the objects.
It's amazing that an amateur telescope can reach that far.
Yeah, I agree. So the now if you look at this, it's opened up a viewer called Aladdin, which shows this field of view. You can see it matches mine roughly. This is from the DSS Sky Survey. You can click through different sky surveys and see different views. This is the SDSS survey, Sloan Digital Sky Survey. But you can then look at these galaxies and you can hover over them and you can see it highlights over here which one you're looking at, or vice versa. So as you scroll down here, it highlights these different objects. What it also has listed is the object type in this column, and you can see this is, say, for example, and you can click on here and get a key, but this is a Seyfert type 2 galaxy. G just stands for galaxy. C is cluster of galaxies. This is Hickson 61, so this defines the box. And then QSO is a quasi-stellar object, so that is a quasar. And you can see hovered over here, the green box shows where that quasar is. It's in the faint arm of that
Jason,
galaxy.
we've lost your audio.
You've lost my audio?
I still hear Jason, Scott. Can you hear me? Hey, Scott,
Yeah,
are you there?
can you hear me? Check.
I can hear you, Jason. Yep.
Okay, I'm good.
Can everybody hear me?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So anyway, I don't know where I dropped off, but I'm hovering over this quasar here, which is in the arm of the galaxy. If we zoom in real close to my image, zoom into this image, you can see that this same dot of light is illuminated, right? So let's have a look at this quasar in the galaxy. Click on here and then into the NED database and into the redshifts category to look at distances.
Is that your picture on the right there, Jason?
That's my picture on the right, yes.
Oh my gosh.
So
Awesome.
looking down into light travel time to this quasar, you can see there 9.2 billion light years away.
What? Wow.
And so the interesting thing with quasars is they're tremendously distant objects moving away from us at tremendous speeds. And because this light originated so long ago, the expansion of the universe plays a significant role in how distant these objects actually are from us right now. Just because this light left that galaxy 9.2 billion years ago does not mean that it's 9.2 billion light years away. It's actually, since that light left that galaxy, it's been receding from us the entire time.
Right.
If you look at these velocities up here, which define how far this galaxy or this quasar is receding from us, these actually exceed the speed of light, which is about 300 kilometers per second. So that galaxy, due to the expansion of the universe, is actually receding from us at higher than light speed.
Well, it's not receding at higher light speed, but the universe is expanding.
Right.
The space itself is interstitially expanding.
It's like it's impossible to wrap your head around when you start thinking about it.
But that's incredible. And you have even 4169, Jason, is a Seyfert. So that has a very active black hole, is an AGN. Then you've got a vastly more distant quasar in the same field there the center, the very active black hole driven center of a very young galaxy. So that's an incredible field of galaxies here.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's
Yeah,
great.
so it's interesting. I won't spend too much longer on this because I think I've taken a lot of time, but I find this really interesting just to kind of step back and explore these fields after I've captured them. And, we can just pick a galaxy out, or let's say, come through this list and look at, there's other quasars out here. We'll see if, clicked on some of these, obviously.
Jason, I mean, what you're doing here is fantastic with the tools and laying it out, because this is exactly, how, and what's nice is with this type of object, it gives you a lot of, it's like a test object because there's so many depths of field, and for aperture, for imaging, the facts of all the different types of objects. This is really cool. And also I really like on the left how you're showing the Simbad and the, how to identify and do your own visual plate solving. This is great.
Yeah, this is kind of a hybrid between actually plate solving your images and identifying objects.
Yeah.
And kind of star hopping using a star map, right? That's kind of what I like about it.
And Jason, sorry for interrupting, but you're in, just to add some more, you're in exactly the right place. These are the two definitive databases for deep sky observers. NED at JPL, Caltech, and Simbad at Strasbourg. Those are the two most definitive data sources on the web for deep sky objects of all types. So those are exactly what advanced deep sky observers should be using.
Yes, that's great.
That's cool. Thanks, David.
So
these are great tools.
Here's another example. So I looked up this galaxy here, and I know I wasn't tracing my path, but I want to know how far away this galaxy cluster is, or at least some components of it, right? So I had looked up this object here, which I have my mouse over right now, and that's showing a distance of 1.8 billion light years. So that's pretty significant distance just to that cluster there.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would have thought, Scott and David, 35 years ago that we would be sitting here with amateur instruments imaging quasars that are 1 to 2 to 9 billion light years away?
Yeah, that was in the realm of the big telescopes for sure.
This is Jason's personal deep field image.
Yeah, well, I take a lot of these. I really enjoy poking around, and it's this forum, and thanks, Scott, for having it, because this is a great place to present this, because you can kind of walk through it and show people. So
that's great.
I hope you enjoyed the little
we do
through the field. But yeah, I mean, if there's anything else you want to look up here or anything.
Well, my comment is that one thing we've learned over the years is that the longer the exposure and the more data you have, you can, in some cases, overcome aperture, but it's a combination of both that just really gets you all of this data that you collect. And then if you're expert at processing it, you end up with this sort of image. And I think it's some of that knowledge falling into the hands of us amateurs that, it really started, and the availability of equipment that tracks well enough really made it so that amateurs could provide shots like this. Now, my deep field would be a picture of stars, but it all depends on, how much time and expertise you spend, time and experience you have doing this. Obviously we can produce really good images. And I know Jason's one of the ones in our astronomy group. We've got a few that produce some really nice images, building home observatories, and every clear night hitting the button and gathering some photons. So it's definitely a passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Adrian, we were talking about that a couple of star parties ago about kind of cloud-based imaging where you just collect images and do your own plates, and then you can combine them. In the future, that's where things will be going, right? We're all kind of getting bits and pieces of that puzzle right now, and then you can imagine doing size survey. You'll be able to discover nova, all sorts of things. I mean, obviously there's a lot of other professional telescopes that are out there, but I think that when we have an army of amateur astronomers out there with this type of technology, it's going to be unstoppable.
We'll have eyes in the sky, and a lot of times some of these things can be a little bit of blind luck too. We may have Pan-STARRS and the other major sky surveys, but an amateur could still be the first one to look at a particular part of the sky, plate solve it, and say, hey, that's new, what's that? And end up still making the type of discoveries that 35 years ago, you looked at it through a telescope night after night. We're becoming more capable of having kind of our own rig to do that, and to be able to do those sort of things. So just having the time is almost all that would matter at this point, because it can be very time consuming to learn a lot of this. I know, most, like Jason, have been at it for so many years. But after spending that time, then you get to the point where you're contributing real science. And that's when it gets exciting, when you're contributing to ongoing study of our universe. And I think that's the appeal of astrophotography in general, is being able to take part in it. And there's still room for visual astronomy as well.
Oh, sure. There's all room for everything.
That's where you need all the big aperture and the dark skies. But if you can do that, you start picking things out with your own eyes, and it becomes exciting. So there's room for both.
The human brain is still the best computer, and we collect a lot of data, and we still have to comb through it, right, and interpret it. So we all look at it, and we can create a lot of great insights.
Yeah, for sure. There's alternative ways to do this, what I just did. And a lot of the processing software now has automated ways to go into catalogs and plate solve the image and annotate it so that it's got these pieces of information. But I still kind of like going in there and poking around, see what I can find. As we were talking, I found this quasar here that I circled on my image, which is 10.8 billion light years away. So just this field's, got 5 to 10 quasars in it.
Gosh.
But if you look in some of those galaxy clusters and try to find properties on some of those things, it's just not there. A lot of these faint, distant ones, there's just not a lot of information on, even in these databases, which are some of the most extensive we have. It's pretty interesting stuff.
And what you were saying, Adrian, is absolutely true. I like to observe mostly for the fun of it. I don't feel like I want to be out there doing science. And for many years, professional astronomers sort of gave a wink, and said, well, if you'd like to contribute, your data, that's great, and not a whole lot happened there. Now, this capability, with the chips that are in cameras now, and with the positional, the astrometric precision that amateurs have, we're seeing evidences of it tonight, and even symbolically in this image. You really can produce data that is literally of tremendous value to professional research, if you'd like to, which really is to be totally honest, is really kind of an evolution of the last decade or 15 years. So it's very exciting to have that incredible power in the hands of imagers like you guys.
Yeah, and you gotta realize too that this equipment is accessible. It's not it's not in the realm of professional astronomers anymore. You've got just a backyard setup here, shooting under moderate light pollution. My Bortle class is 5, perhaps 6 in the winter when the snow's on the ground. But
Yeah.
you
So
know, it's
15
not
years
not
ago,
tremendously good skies, not tremendously good equipment, but yet you know
it
you
would have been
can see
impossible.
a long way.
Yeah, well, we gotta be careful with that capability. I think you know, our fight against light pollution, if we come up and say, well, you know, we can still get this data, I often wonder if it's if it's counter to some of our fight to preserve the night sky so that we can see it visually. I mean, it would turn into a thing where you have to be an astrophotographer in order to really see what's there. We hope it never gets to that point. You know, we hope that we find ways to preserve a dark sky, you know, and basically every country that's watching this and beyond, you know, we hope that, you know, future generations get to see what a dark sky looks like. We'd like to see that improve. But in the interim, we do have a way to cut through it. You know, it takes a lot of time. It takes expertise. The equipment is there, but the expertise of a Jason Gunzel takes time to understand how the stuff works and then to know what you're looking at. You know, you get a bunch of dots, or if you plate solve, you know that, okay, there's a little galaxy right there. You can look it up and get information. There's another little galaxy. There's, you know, these dots and blurry dashes actually represent something in space that's, you know, so many millions of light years away. And you know, one more quick thing, we talk about time machines. We're looking at a time machine. Probably the one real time machine that we do have is astro equipment, where we can look back into time into when this light, basically where this light comes from. So there's a lot of fascinating discussions you can have just on this one image.
That's true. That's true. Thank you very much, Jason. That's
You're
great.
welcome.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is John Briggs, and John is you know, I liken him to kind of like the Ken Burns of the amateur astronomy world. He puts together so many wonderful programs. We were talking earlier, you know, about you know, the fact that he said, well, Scott, I could just kind of I'm not going to say wing it, but he can talk about all different angles, all kinds of subjects of astronomy. But the thing that's so cool about what John does is he reaches back into the history of astronomy and shows how it's relevant to us today. And so I'm interested in his new presentation. He just sent it over. So I get to play it for you. John, do you want to say a few words before I start sharing my screen?
Well, thank you so much, Scott. It's great to be here as always. And so there happens to be this obscure observatory on an island off the coast of Connecticut that I started hearing about as a young person interested in astronomy growing up in New England. And eventually I had a chance to visit this place a couple times, and it's a very special observatory. And so I hope people enjoy the short presentation that will show it off to you all. So you can let her rip, Scott, and hopefully the connection will be better for you than it is for me here in New Mexico.
Okay, well, let's see. Let me bring this up and start sharing my screen. In fact,
and sound.
And sound. Let's see. So let's bring this into. Here we are.
This is John Briggs in New Mexico. Going to tell you about the E. Wilbur Rice Observatory, one of my favorite private observatories I have ever visited because I think it is one of the most beautiful.
Let's not go up that loud. Okay, there we go.
I found out about it slowly over the years as a young amateur astronomer. One of the clues was this advertisement that appeared on the back cover of The Telescope magazine in the early 1930s. What does the caption say? 10.5-inch refracting telescope for the private observatory of E.W. Rice Jr., Fisher's Island, New York, built by the Warner and Swasey Company, none other than Warner and Swasey. What a company, what a telescope. To understand what Warner and Swasey was all about, you have to look back at some of the great observatories of the early 20th century, like Yerkes, shown here, built by University of Chicago. Yerkes still exists, and it is a wonderful place to visit in southeastern Wisconsin. Even before you walk in the front door, of course, you've begun to realize it's a very special place, but that's reinforced further as soon as you enter the building. Look at the scale of the 40-inch refractor at Yerkes Observatory. See the visitors down below entering there in the main doorway? The 40-inch refractor, dedicated in 1897, was built by Warner and Swasey, and to this day, it remains the largest refracting or lens-type telescope in the world. Warner and Swasey built great telescopes, but who was E. Wilbur Rice Jr.? Well, turns out he was one of the founding partners of the General Electric Company. Here he is as a young man with a goatee a little left of center there, hanging out with other pioneers of electrical engineering like Lord Kelvin on the right and Elihu Thomson, the other figure so connected with General Electric, and many others. And if that picture with Rice with Lord Kelvin wasn't enough, here's Rice closer to retirement. He's the fellow on the left, and the fellow on the right is none other than Thomas Edison. Growing up as an amateur in New England, I heard clues about this observatory, even from Walter Scott Houston, the famous author of Deep Sky Wonders column in Sky and Telescope magazine. Houston had been out to this observatory. Fisher's Island is off the coast of Connecticut and is part of New York State. And it was there that Rice built a beautiful summer home, and here it is. And to make a long story short, with the passage of time, as I grew up, I was able to get acquainted with the people who own the observatory and eventually go out and visit a few times. Behind the beautiful house, there's a lovely little New England garden. And above the garden, there it is, the Rice Observatory.
Wow.
To get inside, you pass through a warm room. Let's check it out. Immediately on your left, there's a wall clock built by the Howard Company, and it keeps sidereal time. Inside the cases are beautiful accessories, very different from what we typically use nowadays. In another corner, there's a workstation. And of course, it's a nice table for spreading out a big star atlas. This place was built before go-to telescopes. And on the wall, a nice little library. Sky and Telescope magazines? No, this place was too early for that. These are Popular Astronomy, published by Goodsell Observatory of Carleton College. That was the main magazine of astronomy before Sky and Telescope. But curiously, there's a basin. Why the basin? Well, that was because in the opposite corner of the room, in a closet, there was a small dark room. So, of course, it was appropriate to have a sink just to wash your hands after developing glass plates and the like in the small observatory darkroom. But finally, after ascending a small set of stairs and going through a little spring-loaded gate, the main attraction, the 10.5-inch refractor built by Warner and Swasey with optics by C.A. Robert Lundin. And it is simply a very beautiful observatory, beautiful instrument, of a great facility. The controls of the telescope, what a magnificent focuser. It's a 5-inch finder. The big knobs on the right are locks and slow motions for hour angle and declination. The small textured knob is the hour angle lock to engage the clock drive. The smoother knob below it is the lock for declination. That allows the observer to tell the difference easily in the dark. Notice that all the handles are wood because wood doesn't conduct heat so awfully as metal. So when you're using this telescope in the cold winter time, it's not so hard in your hands. It just makes sense. Warner and Swasey built telescopes and mountings that were simply Rolls-Royce quality. Their main business was building heavy machine tools like turret lathes and milling machines, things of that nature. But Mr. Warner and Mr. Swasey were amateur astronomers in their own right. They loved telescopes, and they built magnificent private ones like this, and among the world's largest in the early 20th century for the most serious research. There it is, the Warner and Swasey Company, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. The German equatorial mounting came with standard setting circles, beautiful big setting circles, nicely illuminated. But up near the north end of the polar axis, there's an additional polar setting circle. That's a slip ring circle, like what's built into a typical Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, that allows you to set the right ascension of any object you're looking at in the beginning of the night. And then that circle is carried on as long as you have the clock drive on, synchronized with the sky, and allows you to point the telescope reading right ascension directly right off that circle. A very nice feature. There are details of the eye end, however, that deserve special attention. Let me show you. The beautiful focuser components detach by means of beautifully machined bayonet mountings. With the heavy focuser removed, the telescope could carry large accessories like this plate camera made by the William Gertner Company in Chicago. This camera allowed the use of glass photographic plates, not quite 4x5-inch format. I can't remember the exact format now. There's an off-axis guider built into this. The rim of the eyepiece is black, and it's pointed down to the lower right. There are X and Y slow motions, so that to use this camera, you would do the guiding by moving just the plate holder, not the entire telescope. Of course, the camera would be mounted to the back of the telescope at the correct position angle. But what a beautiful accessory. What a wonderful thing. Here's the camera attached to the telescope. Notice how it's mounted on a big ring that is connected by 4 brass bars that crank out down away from the main tube of the telescope, allowing the observer to focus the camera. There's a spot on the side of the telescope allowing the observer to insert a big crank that when you turn it, this whole apparatus for mounting the camera or other accessories moves in and out in a fine motion behind the back of the telescope. Now that's the way to build a big refracting telescope. If the plate camera weren't an interesting enough accessory, there was also a combination spectroscope and spectrograph. This instrument was made by the Fecker Company, and it had, for the dispersing element in the instrument, an interchangeable prism for low dispersion spectroscopy, or a diffraction grating that was ruled at the Johns Hopkins University for higher dispersion work. What a very cool thing. Here's the front end of the telescope, looking rather curious because I've removed the 10.5-inch objective to clean it. Here's the 10.5-inch objective in its brass cell, which happens to be painted black, and it was made by C.A. Robert Lundeen. Now, Lundeen, like his father, worked for the Elvin Clark and Sons Company in Cambridge, Massachusetts. But by the time this telescope was made, Lundeen had set out on his own in Watertown, and by not so long after this telescope was built, Lundeen was actually working himself for the Warner and Swasey Company. Here the lens cell has been lifted away from the two glass elements. Interestingly, Lundeen used a flint forward optical design. The flint type glass is actually closest to the sky in this particular optical design. The thinner crown element on the top of the stack here was actually towards the eye end. Here's Robert Lundeen in a publicity shot recorded at the Warner and Swasey Company, testing optics in a large laboratory. But this rare photograph shows the same man, Robert Lundeen, here on the left-hand side, as hardly more than a teenager. And this image was exposed in the Elvin Clark and Sons factory in Cambridge, Massachusetts, when the staff there were working on none other than the mighty lens and cell for the 40-inch refractor at Yerkes Observatory. That is the objective cell shown there, suspended on the chain hoist. But to go back to the picture showing the front of the tube with the lens off, notice the tube was really quite a bit bigger than the lens. This telescope could have carried a bigger lens. In fact, the Rice telescope mounting is mechanically twin to this one. This is the Burrell Memorial Observatory at Baldwin Wallace University, and in this case, the Warner and Swasey mounting is carrying a 13 3/8 inch aperture refractor, but these mountings were so strong, larger tube assemblies were just no problem at all. My youthful interest in the history of Rice Observatory was really rewarded, and that's because I learned why Mr. Rice had such a strong Warner and Swasey mounting. He had not been satisfied with the first telescope he had in his observatory. The pictures you've been seeing are not actually showing what his first telescope was. I learned that it had been another telescope, an 8 3/4 inch refractor, and his 10.5 inch had been a total upgrade. I learned that the 8 3/4 inch had been donated to a school, but never used and never housed. It was lying around in a pile of parts. I built this observatory to house it. And I did everything myself. The windows, the doors, putting the glass in, modifying a farm silo into that dome. I was very proud of it. But let me show you how it turned out. This here was the original telescope in Rice Observatory. An 8 3/4 inch refractor with optics also by Robert Lundeen, and the mechanical parts contracted through Robert Lundeen. But it was a little too rickety for Rice's demanding taste. But it was sure good enough for me when I found the parts in storage at the Berkshire School in Western Massachusetts, and they gave it to me. I lovingly restored it. I painted it red. I lacquered the steel setting circles and everything else, and I had a wonderful time with it for many years at this observatory I built back in my boyhood home. It wasn't as fancy as the Warner and Swayze on Fisher's Island, but man, it sure was fancy enough for me. We could go on at length admiring telescopes, but thank you for your attention as I've shared images of the 10.5 inch out on Fisher's Island. Truly one of the most wonderful private observatories that I have ever visited or come to know.
Wow, that was great. Is there anything that you'd like to add to that presentation, John?
I should have mentioned that the observatory was built, the Rice Observatory was built in the early 1930s. And the what came to be the red telescope when it was new cost a little over $5,000. Of course, that was a lot of money in the 1930s.
Sure.
I don't know how much the Warner and Swayze upgrade cost, but I bet it was pretty expensive. But Mr. Rice was obviously quite a wealthy man. And anyway, these telescopes, they're objects of art as well as objects of science. And if I were interested in cars, they'd call me a gearhead because I love the hardware. Maybe I could have grown up tuning carburetors, but instead it was learning how to collimate lenses and stuff like that. So anyway, thank you for your attention, and I'll keep sharing these kinds of things in the future, I hope.
Great, great. Thanks, John. Thanks. And you said you might have a presentation later on tonight, so
I'll see what I can improvise.
Okay.
There perhaps a little bit of technical difficulty with the other one, but we'll see what we can do. But thanks a lot, Scott.
All right. Thanks, John. Okay, so coming up next is Libby and the Stars. Libby has really grown with us as as she's gone along. She has been at, I think, almost every one of our global star parties except maybe for one when she was back east, but she can correct me on that if that's not the case. She, as I've watched her give her presentations, she's gotten better and better all the time, and I think by the time that she keeps this up, by the time she's a young teenager, she'll be quite expert at giving presentations and disseminating information about the cosmos. And so, Libby, what are we going to talk about tonight?
So tonight I will be talking about satellite images, and I'm going to share some images from my observing I got to do last night of the moon with all of my telescopes too. So satellite images. The satellite images of Earth, and I was thinking about this because a long time ago when I was at space camp, all the way a long time ago, I remember doing a presentation on what would happen if NASA saw there was a volcano, like from Earth on all of their satellites, or any natural disaster really. if it's big enough to see it from space. NASA can see it from up there and get help to authorities around the area that might not know there's a natural disaster going around. And an image over here, out here, a little capsule, you can see a hurricane. So you can also see hurricanes from space too, and you can see the eye of the storm, which also helps know like how storms are coming through. And this also helps with radars too. If you look at the Weather Channel, that stuff, if you're going to check the radar is you can get some of the radar from if it's a big storm from space, and most of the radars come from space, and NASA helps with that stuff. And I always thought that was cool because I'm very into weather too, along with space, and it was really cool to know that. And NASA can see all the clouds from space too, so they can also see if a bad hurricane or a storm was forming over one area. They'd be able to let people around the area know. And then another thing is satellites from other planets. So I made a little chart, and I took some information from Jupiter. So all of Jupiter's satellites that orbit around and watch it, all of satellites that orbit around and watch Jupiter, and some are not satellites that go around Jupiter. Some just go around Jupiter before they make the missions, kind of like the moon. You'd think that there would be satellites around the moon. Well, there's not. I mean, there's one right now from China, but mostly people would go up into space and then they go around the planet and then they would land on the planet. So there's not really a lot of satellites around our moon. But I made a little bit of a chart of all the satellites that have been around Jupiter. And Jupiter is a very stormy planet. So NASA would be able to watch Jupiter's storms go around the planet, and that gives us a lot more information. And another thing is signal satellites. So signal satellites give us Wi-Fi and stuff. So a lot of people around here have signal dishes outside, and your signal dish connects all the way to the satellite out in space, and then back to give you satellite to watch TV and stuff. So my grandma and grandpa have that because they live very far out in the country. And whenever it gets rainy, their satellite gets messed up, so they can't watch TV. So I thought that was really cool because I have experience with satellites. And a long time ago, when I was about 8, I got to see Falcon 9 launch with a satellite bringing satellite to remote places in Africa. So I got to see a rocket launch with a satellite in it, and that's probably like the best space experience I've ever had in my life. And I wanted to share some pictures from my recent observing. So this photo here, I have all my those are my Newtonians, and then this is my Galileo. And I have my tent set up outside, and I just took a picture of my Newtonian, not my Newtonian, my Dobsonian, and tent with the moon, which you can't really see any details on the moon. And then this telescope here is a telescope we found in my dad's childhood home attic that my grandpa owned, and I never knew he owned it. And so I took it and I got a new lens for it that Scott gave me, and I tried it out, and this is the picture that I got from it. And it was really nice to be able to see that. And
Very nice.
I put my 6.4 lens in my Dobsonian, and I did have a very hard time trying to take a photo with a cell phone, but I most likely more enjoyed it when I wasn't taking a picture with the 6.4 lens in, because I just mostly got to experience it. And I say my Tasco telescope probably did the best out of the full night, and my best part of it, the full thing is I taught my mom how to use a Galileo scope, which I recently got a Galileo scope because I have been filming a video for one, and my goal with that telescope was to share it with my family because my dad is good with binoculars because he likes to do fishing and stuff. And so I thought it would be a good idea to let them use my Galileo scope because it's kind of like binoculars. And so I taught my mom how to use it, and she got the moon in her lens for a while, and she was very excited about that, which I was proud for her achievements. And I took all my Newtonians photos together in my Galileo scope. That's my first telescope. My second to newest telescope, my newest one, and then my probably third to newest one. So I had all my telescopes out last night because I didn't have school today because that was remote learning. So I got to spend a lot of time outside during nighttime taking some photos of after like a week of clouds. So I just thought I would share. I thought it was very inspiring that the telescope that was found in the attic could take an amazing photo of the moon like this. And I wanted to share some of that because I haven't gotten to do a lot of astronomy in a while. So,
Well, that was very good. That was excellent.
thank you.
I really enjoyed also too the fact that your images through the eyepiece are getting better and better all the time. So, you're doing a great job, Libby. So, thank you.
Thank you for having me on. By the way, I think I joined about the 7th or 8th global star party.
Oh, I see.
I think I've been trying to keep track of that so I know and I don't
Right.
forget.
So you're almost up to 40 star parties. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Awesome. Well, wonderful. Libby, thank you again. Up next, we go down to Argentina to Cesar Barolo. Cesar, how you doing today?
Hi, Scott. How are you? Well, actually, I shooting to the Southern Cross. Last week, I show only one star of the Southern Cross, the mimosa, and a part of coal sack. Coal sack is okay in English because it's
coal sack.
Yes, in my mind, all times in Spanish it's a saco de carbón, but it's salt sack. No, coke sack.
Yes.
Coal sack. Sorry,
That's good. You got it.
I have a mix of Italian genetics. I live in Argentina from third generation. I move my hands like an Italian, but I'm Argentinian. And,
it's awesome. Well, it's good.
Yeah, actually, I am stacking the pictures where we cooking the things. Well, I can share this because I'm using only. Let me check if I can. I don't know if the process. Okay. Stacking is another. It's like another. You can see the window of stacking.
Yes.
It's like another stack. Okay, it's like another window. Do you have the bars of the processing?
Yes.
Okay. Here. No, because the problem with sharing the screen is that I never know who is that I sharing because we don't have the system that where you choose different windows to sharing. And well, actually, sorry, but I am only the 19 of 63. I took 63 pictures, the darks and bias. I don't took the flats because it's no easy for regular zooms of photography take a real flat, because sometimes in your flat, for example, here where when I'm taking pictures from the balcony, I have different reflections in the lens from, you know, another windows, real windows in the case, from another buildings, and lights, parasite lights, and it's not easy to recreate in a flat. um, Flat is it's, well, we know all that is a flat, but the flat is an information for the people that maybe are listening now and say, what is a flat? Is the information, the picture where you have the information of scratch, different type of vignetting, different condition of light in the screen, or much better say, in the sensor of your camera. And it's really easy to have a great flat with the great information from a telescope, but sometimes it's not easy take a great flat with the right information to subtract the errors in a regular photographic objective. So in this case, it's a zoom is 130, 300 millimeters. Last week, we talked about with Adrian Bradley that he told me the right way, that is the crop sensor. When you have a ES, let me think in English, APS, sensor size, you
Yep,
need
APS-C.
yes, one, yes. See, yes, thank you, Adrian. I'm, for me, talking in Spanish when I translate to English is a nightmare. And the
Keep
crop
going,
sensor,
you're doing fine.
yeah, and they calculate this 1.6. If you don't have a full frame camera and you have a normally regular reflex camera, most of people use APS-C sensor size. And when you use not when you use a vintage zoom like this, you need to you have a vintage zoom or vintage objective for the 35 millimeters diagonal size of a sensor of the analogic film system of the cameras. Maybe Libby say, what? Because like my kids, I sometimes ask me, I said, you really took pictures of the sky with film? Yes, it was the most normal before the 2000s. In the 90s or in the 80s, we used film for take pictures of the skies, and you know, maybe you left 2 or 3 35 exposures film to have one decent shot. Well, this is too long. It's only stacking 49 on 63 to, I don't know how is this picture is something like develop. This sometimes when I don't know if you Adrian or another astrophotographer have this expectation when start to stacking in a program is something like remember me or remember myself the time when I went to the photographic photo store to have my developed films, and
Right.
now it's comparing, but for us this process is like our develop of a picture, stacking pictures where I use 63 pictures. Okay, I don't know. I can't expect anymore, but maybe in the past with that, if you was lucky, if you have maybe not, I don't know, 3 or 4 days or sometimes 24 hours in the laboratory to have your develop film. Well, I think that this is really to be near to have 40. Let's say 44 seconds. We can check if it's okay, and we can see how the picture of the Southern Cross is, because I'm really took now these pictures. Okay. This is the worst part, because I'm sorry that really I started to take pictures more early. I could be possible for me today, but okay. Completing final picture. It's good. You can see the bar of the process, no?
Just starting, yes.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
starting.
okay. Well, okay. I don't know. 6 minutes. Well, this is interesting. This week I was interested in show the especially the cold sack, because it's interesting that the cold sack is a huge formation of dust, and it's really in a very different distance of the Southern Cross. I don't remember the distance of, for example, Mimosa or Acrus or the other stars of the Southern Cross, but I know that this formation of dust is really more near to us, like the stars of the Southern Cross. The formation of dust is around 600 light years. I don't remember the distance of, for example, Mimosa, but I know that it's in another distance, completely different, maybe 2 or 3 times more than the distance with the coal sack. And this is something that you can see when you see the coal sack. You can see that the quantity of stars from the Milky Way is completely different. You can see really a few number of stars. This is really because it's in a plane more near to us. That, of course, the another stars in the southern cross constellation. Sorry by the expectation, the expectativa is in Spanish, but this really is cooked now. It's like you are opening the yeah.
It's like you're opening up the crypt door.
Yeah, yes. How is this? It's a disaster. It's okay. It's completely.
Yes. Hey, the computer's
Yeah.
working as fast as it can, okay?
I'm
So
happy to share.
that's right. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on,
I
folks.
think it's still valuable because remember, sometimes it's not about the end result so much as it's the journey.
It's the
And
process.
what's
That's
showing
right.
is
That's right.
this is what it looks like for those that are interested or that do this sort of stuff as a hobby. they're very familiar with the long time that it takes. So I think it's very relevant.
And those that are new to it or haven't done it before have no idea. Okay, so it's good to show. It's good to show this in real time.
I always thought that this was my favorite part of the whole process, watching the final stacked image pop up on the screen.
Yeah.
It's the first time you actually see the, you know, the
Yeah. And in another,
Oh yeah, the
sometimes,
suspense.
yes.
It's like, am I gonna get something good, or is there gonna be a real streak going across my picture, and is it gonna be no good, or is it gonna be all whitewashed?
And
You
your
never know.
analogy to photo processing in a darkroom with chemicals and film,
Absolutely.
you know, was a much longer process, you know, and so
Yeah.
this is much
When I
more.
was kid, my father bought the copy to project in the paper. We developed the black and white film, and I remember when he bought the we say, I don't know, copiadora or copy machine to put the image in the papers. When you so magic when you put the photographic paper and start to show the image was magic. Well, here is maybe I need to have something more not so you know, you can see only a bar, but okay, well,
The moment of truth.
remember that this is the city of Buenos Aires. Really, I can see only the stars of the Southern Cross only. Sorry that this is not fixed inside, but you know, you understand me that this is. But I love this because it's easy. It's an easy program to understand for the kids, especially. I don't know if I am make a disaster. Oh no, it's too much. Sorry. Okay, but I can. Any suggestion is welcome. No,
Yeah,
normally the best thing is export without touching with this program. This okay, and don't make with this if not. Okay.
looks like you got a few more stars to come out.
Yes.
with
I
that process.
I can move a little to the left this to use more. Okay.
Yep, and now
Better.
yeah, better.
Better, yes.
With more, of course, that you're gonna be doing.
Yes.
You
I
know,
promise make a better work with this because we have a lot of information here. Well, okay. Here we have maybe I don't know if I can use. Okay, here you can see the red one star very near to Mimosa star. Here do you have
the Jill bug.
Yes. If I process more, I can show you here. Well, okay, here in this dark area, maybe you can see the coal sack, the coal sack.
Yep, the coal sack.
Area. Yes, and really, do you have a lot less of stars? Really, a number, very few, comparing with this or this area. The chicken, I remember that the running chicken is in this area. If I make a better process with pigs inside, I can maybe take information in this area. And let me check if I can. Normally the best the green. In every picture, you have a lot of green more than other colors. It's okay. It's normal because the sensors have more green. I'm checking if I can see something of the running maybe here a little, but I can make something to see this area, because the problem is that I can make a great flat to have the information of this objective. Maybe I can't develop more areas interesting, especially the nebula. But well, okay, do you have here a lot of stars, and I don't know, now I don't have more time because we are going to the 10-minute break, I think, but maybe I prepare this with a better quality for a next talk. And I propose to start to talk about different objects, history, with more for example, the Southern Cross area that is different because people from North Hemisphere don't see in a great altitude this constellation. It's a real South Hemisphere constellation. But I prepared something for the next week about something of the physical properties, or about the different stars or clusters of nebulas in this area.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Cesar. Okay.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, you can, if you want, you can come back after the break and show us again.
Yes.
We have some other people lined up, but let's see more. That's great.
Yes, absolutely. It's a all times. Thank you for your attention. Every time is a real honor for me to be a part of this.
It's an honor for us too, Cesar. Thank you. It's you make it truly part of the global Star Party experience. So that's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, so next up is president of the Astronomical League, Carol Orge, who has spent much of his adult life working with the Astronomical League and working with the amateur astronomers. It's a privilege for us to have him on our programs, and you've been on several times, and we love it. So, Carol, I'm going to turn this over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Scotty. Fascinating talk by our previous speaker. That was really fascinating. Gives me a new appreciation for all the work that's really involved and all the stacking that it takes to produce those beautiful images. Okay. I bring tidings from the Astronomical League. We are an organization of 18,000 members, and we are really celebrating some major events lately. This year, in fact, we're going to celebrate our 75th anniversary. And one of the things we do each time we have one of these parties is give away door prizes. So we start with giving warnings about anything you would get as a door prize that would be an eyepiece or something like that, or just in your personal observing. Make sure, this is one of our standard procedures, we want to warn everyone not to look through optics toward the sun. So we have to have the filters on that. Okay. First of all, as I said before, in about 2 months, we are going to celebrate our 75th anniversary as an organization. And in addition, My colleague John Goss was on a couple of nights ago, in fact, last Friday night, and we are, for the first time in a couple of years, going to have a national convention. We weren't able to do it last year and had to cancel or postpone, I should say, our convention in Albuquerque, New Mexico. However, we find ourselves still in a pandemic mode again this year, and we are postponing that until 2022. However, the good news is that Scott and Explore Scientific have graciously agreed to do a lot of the heavy lifting technically, and so we're very fortunate that that's available. The dates we didn't have last Star Party, but they will be August 19th, which is a Thursday, through Saturday night, the 21st. There will be blocks of time around the dinner hour in the Central Time Zone, and so I encourage you to consider that. Okay, first of all, we're going to give the answers from the previous GSP 41. The first question was, to obtain the clearest, sharpest views of surface detail, when is the best time of day to observe the first quarter moon through binoculars or a telescope? Shortly after sunset, around midnight, or just before sunrise? And the answer is A, shortly after sunset. It's the highest in the sky at that time, so it makes it much easier to observe. The second question was, on April 26th and 27th, Mars will lie in the sky next to M35, Messier Object 35, a bright star cluster seen in binoculars. How much farther from Earth is M35 than Mars? 100 times farther, option A, about 100 million times further, or option C, over 100 million times further. And the answer is about 120 miles times further. That's option C. The number 3 question, when looking through a telescope, an eyepiece with a shorter focal length gives a lower magnification than one with a longer focal length. Is that true? False? The answer is B, false. The shorter the eyepiece's focal length, the greater the magnification. So the one on the right would give a greater magnification, the 5.5 millimeter as opposed to the 26. And the answers to that star party of April 16th are Andrew Corkell, Norm Hughes, and Book Davies.
All right.
And we're doing this just a little bit different now. We're using a number generator and award door prizes on the last GSP of the month, and they'll be added to the list of door prizes. So congratulations to these 3, and good luck as you move forward in the process.
Right.
And the questions for our star parties, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org.
Yeah, you do not want to answer them in chat, you know.
Yeah, that slows the process down. We want to get those to you as soon as possible. So that's the best way to do it. So question number 1 for tonight's star party. What is the name of the bright red star in the constellation Scorpius? What is the name of the bright red star in the constellation Scorpius? And again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Everybody got that? I hope we're flooded with answers to these questions.
Yes.
Number 2, what is the name of the latest United States Mars rover that arrived on that planet in February of 2021? There's the graphic to the right. I think it has eight wheels, and it's a super cool looking vehicle there. What is the name of the latest United States Mars rover that arrived on that planet in February of 2021. And the final question tonight, what star appears as the end of the handle in the Little Dipper? What star appears at the end of the handle in the Little Dipper? Everybody's got that. You're already setting the answers, right? And send
Everybody
those
should
answers.
get that one.
Yeah.
You should get
Send those-
1,000 answers for that. So,
Yeah. Send them to
That's good.
secretary@astroleague.org.
thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Carol.
And the next Astro League Live, number 5, will be coming back this Friday night, April 23rd,
That's right.
featuring Howard Eskelson from Alpo. He's going to be talking about the Galaxy song, Cosmology per Monty Python. Colin Richards, reaching out to the future.
That's great.
And
Wonderful.
That's it,
Okay.
Scott. Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
Carol, thank you so much. And thanks to the Astronomical League for supporting all these star parties and doing all that they do for astronomers all over the world. So,
And thanks you for your great support over the years, Scott. We couldn't do it without you.
oh, likewise, likewise. So thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, so we are going to go to a 10-minute break. Time to stretch your legs, get a sandwich, get something warm to drink, and we'll be back with more Global Star Party number 42. Thanks. Well, we're back after our 10-minute break here, and I wanted to mention to you that a lot of the presenters on our programs have also written books. Most notably here on the program tonight is David Levy and David Eicher. Behind me here, you'll see David Levy's book, A Night Watchman's Journey, and this is his personal story of triumph and challenges and all the adventures that David Levy has taken in his life. So it's a great book, a great read. And then there are a couple of other books here. Now, both David Levy and David Eicher have written many books, and they're all worth a good read, but this is one of Dave Eicher's books on galaxies here. This explains many of the complex aspects of galaxies, black holes, star formation in galaxies, that kind of thing. And it is just a spectacular book with lots of great astrophotography in it as well. A presenter that comes onto our program regularly is Jerry Hubble. This is his book on remote observatories for amateur astronomers. He also has a book on scientific imaging from the Patrick Moore Practical Astronomy series. So that's something to be watching for. And then behind me here is Cosmic 3D Clouds by Dave Eicher and Brian May, who is the lead guitarist for Queen. Dave Eicher and Brian have an incredible collaboration where you can see a lot of your favorite objects in 3D by using this kind of I know that there's a technical name for it, but basically I cross my eyes and look at the images and can see them in 3D. There are a pair of special glasses in the back of this book, which you see right here, to help you do that. And it is an amazing voyage in itself. So joining us from halfway around the world is Deepti Gautam. Deepti is from Nepal. She is you're still going through high school, I know, and she is a big inspiration to not only to us, but to all of her friends back in Nepal that are involved in astronomy. She also belongs to the major astronomical association in Nepal as well. And Deepti, thanks again for coming on to our program.
Hello everyone, and thanks for having me again here. Last time I had talked about the things about the astronomy general purpose. So this time I think about to take about the why not to take about the history of astronomy. So I have studied about the history of astronomy. Astronomy is the oldest of the natural science, and dating back to antiquity, and with its organs in the religious and mythological and astrological practice of prehistory. And until a few centuries ago in the Western world, see astrology and astronomy. And early astronomy involved observing the regular patterns of the moon, of visible celestial objects, and especially the sun and moon, stars, and naked eye planets. And examples of this early astronomy might involve a study of the changing position of the sun and along the horizons, or the changing appearance of the stars in the course of the year, and which could be used to establish an agricultural or rituals calendar. In some cultures, astronomical data was used for astrological phenomena. And But ancient astronomers were able to differences between the star and planets. If star remained relatively fixed over the centuries, while planets will move an appreciable amount during comparatively short times. And talking about the early history and early cultures identified celestial body with the gods and spirits, and they related this object and their movement to phenomena such as the rain, drought, season, and tides. And it is generally believed that the first professional astronomer were priests. And such is the, for example, the Magi, who was the priest, and that their understanding of the heaven was seen as divine, and hence astronomy ancient connection to what is now called astrology. Ancient structure with possibly astronomical alignments and sources, and probably fulfill both astrological and religious functions. And the calendar of the world have usually been set by the sun and the moon, measuring the day, month, years, and years of importance to agricultural society, in which the harvest depended on the planting at the correct time of years. And as Nepal is also an agricultural country, so it is most necessary to know the harvesting and depending on the planet and the correction. And the most common modern calendar is based on Roman calendar, which divided the year into 12 months of alternating 30 and 31 days apiece. And in 46 BC, that is Julius Caesar instigated the calendar reform and adopted a calendar based upon the 365 1 by 4th days year length, originally proposed by 4th century BC Greek astronomers. And talking about the Mesopotamia, and the origin of Western astronomy can be found in Mesopotamia and the land between rivers and Tigris and Euphrates, where the ancient kingdom of Sumer and Assyria and Babylon. And classical sources frequently use the term Clandens for the astronomer of Mesopotamia, who were in reality priests, scribes, and specialists in astrology and other form of deviation. And of significance, and in the Egypt where this astronomy is originated, the precise orientation of the Egyptian pyramid afforded a lasting demonstration of the high degree of technical skill in watching the heaven attained in the 3rd millennium BC. And it has been shown the pyramids were aligned toward the pole star, which because the precision of the equinox was at the time, and through one of faint star in the constellation of Draco, evolution of the site of the temple of Amun-Re at Karnak, taking into account the change over time of the obliquity of the eclipse, and has shown that the great temples has aligned on the rising the mid-winter sun, and the length of the corridor down with sunlight will have limited illumination at other times of the year. And astronomy, early astronomy has played a considerable part in the religious matters for fixing the date of festivals and determining the hours of the night and titles of the recording the movement and phases of the sun, moons, and star, and the rising of Cyrus and Egyptian Soviet Greeks and that Sothis at the beginning of the invasion was a particularly important point to fix in the year calendars. So this is all the information I have collected about the history of the astronomy. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you hear the background noise of Nepal. This is true. You can. Do you have? Is there the window or something nearby the to the street of Nepal there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Gives us a little international flavor there. That's awesome. Okay. Up next, we have Cameron Gillis. We come all the way back from Nepal to Seattle. It's Seattle, Washington, right, Cameron?
Yes,
Mm-hmm. And you've been
Yeah.
having some clear skies, correct?
yes, and in fact, having another one today. Been really, really lucky.
Great, great. Thank you for coming on again tonight, and thanks for becoming a regular on the Global Star Party.
Oh, thank you, Scott. Thank you very much. So, yeah, no, basically, I really, what you've been doing here, Scott, is fantastic. I love, the mind, or the whole team of amazing astronomers, and there's just a wealth of and a dynamic group here that's just really wonderful. It's really nice to be able to share and collaborate and share in this experience. So thank you for setting this this platform up, and really it really motivates everyone, and it's fantastic. So thank you, Scott.
That's great. That's great. Well, it's the group here that makes it all happen. So it's awesome. I love it too.
Yeah. So yeah. Actually, it caught me a little bit off guard, but that's okay. I want to share a couple of things. So what I've been doing is we had this swath of amazing weather in Seattle, and starting last year, I actually went from a manual telescope to a go-to telescope, and I started to, and I also bought Sky Safari, and I started to come up with a master plan, where as part of my journey here, going from visual observing to astro-imaging, I wanted to do a visual sky survey of every object that I can see with an 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, and then basically start to catalog and record all the different objects that I could see. And what's interesting about that is, like I was saying before we started the star party here, is that as a visual observer, you notice, the surface brightness is a huge thing, especially with, I have Bortle 6 to Bortle 8 skies. So what's fascinating is some of the fainter magnitude galaxies that are small actually come out more pronounced, and they're much easier to find than some of the, let's say, 10th magnitude, even 9th magnitude, larger low surface brightness galaxies. So I wanted to kind of do a broad brush and look at, what are the things that are observable with that aperture, and then also identify candidates that I can use with a smaller, for example, an ED80. If I want to just pop out and see some skies and see some different objects in different constellations. So I kind of constellation by constellation, I made observing lists, and let me actually share my screen here. I'm doing this all on my smartphone, so let me just give me a second here. I'm gonna open up Sky Safari. There it is. Okay, let me share my screen now. Start now. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, if I turn this off, okay. So if I have many observing lists. So I have best and brightest is what I call it. I keep on adding, I have 510 11 objects in my best and brightest, but for every constellation, I have everything down to 13th magnitude, which is within grasp of an 8-inch. Stellar magnitude 14, but visual magnitude 13. And, I did that mainly because, like I said, some of the smaller galaxies you can actually pick out. Anyhow, so I did that across, and you can see every constellation has a number of objects in it. And what you can do is, I got all the way down to last night, actually, I finished up on Virgo. This was a big one, 296 objects. It's always very intimidating. And I have to admit, in my past, I had an 18-inch Dob, and it's quite overwhelming. You start to do that, but with go-to technology, I'm actually combing through a lot of objects that I would never have normally found or wouldn't have discovered if I just unless I had many nights. But in Seattle we don't have that, so now I'm able to actually categorize. And oops, did I stop sharing? Let me just let's see what happened. Can you still see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, it looks like it just timed out. Give me a second. Let's share my screen again. Okay, let's go back to. Okay, now you can see my screen now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so anyhow, I started really. It's so fun in the journey of discovery. I mean, we always look at an image, a lot of familiar objects, and that's cool. I love it, and that's nice, especially if you're just trying to do quick looks and stuff like that. But or you want to study something in detail, and that's what I want to get to. But what I wanted to do is kind of see everything I could see, and I started going through the list. And if I look at, for example, the best and brightest, and I go all, and I highlight it, you can see, if I turn off the equator, go equatorial mode. If I zoom back out, you can see that the southern hemisphere is a big hole. Of course, I can't see the LMs, large and small. So I'm jealous of Caesar, but one of these days I'll get there. But I've basically started categorizing. There's still a bit of a hole here around Virgo, because what I've done is I just finished observing them, and then what I do is I go through and I highlight those ones that if I have a good observation. Like let's say we go to Mercurian's chain here, and I just click on this object, and I go, okay, let's show the observations. So this I made on Tuesday. Nice bright oval with bright core, right? For example, very crude descriptions, and then sometimes I say faint patch or whatever. I have a number of things, and I can do this efficiently because it does autofill as I start selecting those. So if I choose a constellation, let's choose. Sorry about that. Go to observing lists, and let's just choose best and brightest for now. And I go unobserved. And what I do, oops, sorry, highlight objects. Yeah, that's fine. And what I'll do, constellation by constellation, I'll go, okay, so let's say I'm looking at this galaxy here. I click on it. It's a magnitude 11.8. And I go, okay, I'm going to make an observation. So I go create new observation. I say, let's say, faint patch or something like that, or whatever, right? And then I go down here, and let me just turn off my. Sorry. Yeah, that's good enough. And I'll just go enter. And then yeah, there we go. And then I log the seeing. Let's say it's slight seeing level 2. I choose my 8-inch, and then it goes away. So what you can do is you can, methodically go through item, object by object, and then it starts to take it out. And when it's rainy time, which happens a lot in Seattle, I can go back through that catalog and start identifying which are the good ones, and which are the the ones that I want to kind of say there's no chance of me seeing that based on skiing conditions. And then I can already make a good night's observing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish this, and I've just finished a Virgo, like I said. I'm going to start to go through and identify best and brightest there. That will connect everything up. And like you say, after about a year of doing this, I just finished it. And I started in Booties, and then I finished in Virgo. But I still have to do some of the other ones. Once I've done that, this is all setting up to my next plan, which is, getting an imaging system. I'm going to have an ED80 with your PMC8, probably the XXXII, and then I'm going to start to constellation by constellation, I'll set up image sequences and start categorizing all these through imaging. And I like what Jason Gonzel did, start to get a little deeper and see the fainter galaxies in behind. And so anyhow, I wanted to just share kind of what I'm up to, and I'm just wanted to also say that I was really happy to make it through a survive Virgo. So that was pretty overwhelming.
It's galaxy season, right? So
it is galaxy season. I see galaxies all the time now.
Right.
Everywhere I look. When you showed me the David Eicher's galaxy book, I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, you got to get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Send it to David.
Yeah.
He'll probably sign it for you. So that's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I wanted to mention too, of course, and David Levy touched on it earlier. It is the time for the Lyrid meteor showers. So, the 21st and 22nd will be the peak of that. But that's awesome. And we have also Earth Day this week that's being celebrated around the world. And so it's our favorite planet that we just happen to live on. So anyhow, let's go next to I think Molly Wakeling. Molly, are you imaging at this point, or is it dark enough there?
It's not quite dark enough to do any deep sky, but I do have the moon.
All right.
It's so bright you can get it even during the daytime, and it looks nice. So let me switch over here.
Okay.
So this is through my 11-inch Schmidt Cassegrain on my Paramount Mighty. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
And this is on my monochrome ZWO 1600 camera. I think the luminance filter is what's currently in place, but it doesn't particularly matter since it's monochrome. And we've got ourselves we're almost at a first quarter, or are we at first quarter?
It's first quarter.
Yes, today is first quarter. So it's almost exactly 50% filled. Now, let's actually, the image is flipped right now, so I'm actually going to go, let's flip that around so it's more normal. Let's see. Yep, that's right. Okay, so this is how you would see it on the sky. Bring that video up a bit.
That's like the ears of the rabbit are showing.
Oh yeah, I did finally like figure out some of these things that people see in the moon, but I couldn't really see them until I was in the southern hemisphere and the moon was flipped over.
Right.
It's very weird. The moon is upside down there. All right, so we've got some cool features here. So let's see, can you see my mouse? There we go. This is Mare Crisium.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mare is the Latin word for sea, or for seas, plural. Maria being a single version of that. And because when people looked up at the moon in ancient times, one might imagine that these are seabeds. So Mare Crisium, I don't remember what Crisium means, but it means Sea of Crises, as one might guess. People like name these things pretty creatively.
Yeah.
This one here, we've got Mare Seren. I see if I can pronounce this. Serenitatis. Yeah, this Serenity, Sea of Serenity. And then, of course, we have Mare Tranquillitatis, or the Sea of Tranquility, which is the general site of the Apollo landing. And if I can remember because I've hunted down the site before. Now, obviously, you can't actually see the landing craft from a telescope here on Earth. But let me zoom in and show you roughly where it's at. Let's see, get my bearings here. Yeah, all right. So here is the Sea of Tranquility. And
so we can't see the flag?
We cannot see the flag, unfortunately.
Cannot.
Here's this this channel that connects down to another Maria below. And you kind of get this curved shape here. And right about where it's got this, this inlet here, the Paulovin site is right about here where my mouse is, to the right of this crater that you can see here. It's approximately here in the nice empty Maria area. Now, even with powerful ground-based telescopes, you cannot see the lander or the flag, and it's even difficult to spot with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, the satellite in orbit around the moon that maps the surface. But it has been spotted, and so have like other craft that have crashed into the moon. You know, you can spot their debris fields and stuff like that. So it's not visible from the ground on Earth, even with really large telescopes, but with the satellite around the moon, they can pick it up, although it is still small and hard to detect, even from there. Space is big, y'all.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay. All right, Molly. Well, that's great.
I'll see if I can get a deep sky target up before the end of the broadcast here.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have another presentation by John Briggs. John was putting together some programs. This second program he sent to me is longer. Okay, which is okay. But before we go to that, I wanted to check in on Caesar. Caesar, is there something else that you'd like to show us just before we go on to John's program?
Yes, I have. Let me show you that I make now. Now I am taking pictures of Eta Carinae Nebula, but it's beside of a building. Let me show you how each picture. They are the live pictures now.
Wow.
Yes, and now here is the nebula, because you can see the open cluster that is, I think that is 3352, the number of NGC of this. But let me check. Well, here you can see now how the building is moving.
Yes.
And in few minutes, I'll be clear this area with here. It's mostly here. The nebula is in this area.
Okay.
I can try to make a decent, not decent, well, comparing with the pictures of Jason or Molly, my pictures are horrible, but I think,
Caesar, what you show people is how they can use small telescopes and do astrophotography from the city. You're in Buenos Aires, okay? This is a very heavily light polluted city, okay?
Yes,
and you're still making images, and so it's good. It's good.
Yes, it's something for encouraging people to make this.
Right.
All cameras, cell phones, or you can see how it's moving the sky, not the sky, well, the sky, and you can see how this part of the building that is in this direction, in the southeast.
Yes.
And is clearing the area where the Eta Carinae Nebula is.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we will run John Briggs' second program here. This is about Yerkes Observatory and something that's near and dear to my heart. We have Yerkes is a charter member of the Alliance of Historic Observatories, which is a new organization dedicated towards promoting and preserving historic observatories, not only in the United States, but around the world. And so this is our mission. And certainly the Yerkes Observatory and the Yerkes Future Foundation is a big success story on being able to save one of these observatories that very nearly met its demise, not only once, but a couple of times. So, and I know that John worked there. John, do you want to talk a little bit about?
I'll just comment that I prepared this presentation for the Antique Telescope Society last year, which has a membership, I think, of about 220 people. Folks especially interested in historic observatories and old telescopes and history of astronomy. So this is another history and hardware-oriented presentation, but it includes a lot of cool pictures of historical artifacts that kind of came out of the woodwork of Yerkes Observatory in the course of University of Chicago transferring the facility to Yerkes Future Foundation. So I just thought that folks here would enjoy seeing this because Yerkes is a wonderful historic place. So thank you for letting us share it, Scott.
Thanks, John. Okay, so let's see if I can do this right here. Here we go. And let me share this in presentation mode. And
share sound.
I will just in a moment, but let me share the screen.
I can show the pictures of an historic
Hi, everybody. This is John Briggs in New Mexico, and I'm thank you for being here. I'm going to speak on a brief report on the status of Yerkes Observatory with some highlights from the inventory of 2018. I was inspired to offer this presentation because I had a chance to visit Yerkes in September of this year and learn.
I'm sorry? Did someone say they could not see this? Okay, let's start again. Let's start again.
Yeah, Scott, it's not coming out on the YouTube channel. It's not, the video's not playing.
It's not playing on YouTube.
We're just seeing you.
Just seeing, oh, okay, all right. Let's make sure.
There we go.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. This is John Briggs in New Mexico, and I'm thank you for being here. I'm going to speak on a brief report on the status of Yerkes Observatory with some highlights from the inventory of 2018. I was inspired to offer this presentation because I had a chance to visit Yerkes in September of this year and learn a little bit about what's happening with Yerkes Future Foundation. Although my business there was very limited, I still learned interesting things that I figured you would enjoy hearing. Also, back in 2018, when the university had decided it was closing Yerkes Observatory, they asked me to come and do an inventory of things in the building, and I went nuts on the project. I took a lot of pictures. And so today I'm going to draw upon that archive to show you things that I'm sure will interest you, that were many of which were never shown normally on public tours or anything like that. In the very beginning of my inventory, I included this little quote from the late Don Osterbrock. He had taken me aside one time back at Yerkes, and he knew how interested I was in history, but he wanted to encourage that with anybody who shared the interest. And he said, history of astronomy is astronomy too. And that was his way of encouraging me as strongly as I think he possibly could. And it's been an inspiration to have heard that from him. So I thought I would share those words with you all too. Now, when I did the inventory, this is one of the pictures, one of actually many pictures of bricks that I included with it, because I'd actually been taking pictures of bricks there for some years out of concern, because these bricks are in the dome of the 40-inch on the upper indoor balcony. But look at the powder building up on the floor. The bricks were deteriorating. It appeared that the deterioration of the bricks was accelerating. And although University of Chicago had done a lot of serious work on masonry all around the building, man, I was worried about how these bricks were deteriorating and what that meant for the future of the building. Well, it's good news, as I'll explain. The good news, as this newspaper website headline explains, the Yerkes Future Foundation celebrates the donation and takes ownership of Yerkes Observatory. And there's Diana Coleman, the president of the foundation, on the front steps of Yerkes. And Ed Struble, the longtime caretaker at Yerkes. Well, Diana and her colleagues in the foundation are pursuing the brick masonry problems in the building very aggressively. I want to show another picture of Ed Struble because he really represents a very important continuity at Yerkes Observatory. He was hired in the early 1990s when I myself was back there on the staff, and he continues there as the site superintendent with the Yerkes Future Foundation. The university employed him right through the transition, and he's really impressing me with the great insight that he has on just about everything going on there at Yerkes through this transition. It's very fortunate. Here's a picture that Ed sent me recently showing the refurbishment of the masonry going on inside the dome, that same area where I took that picture sometime earlier. So they are really going to town doing right by restoring the support under the main dome. And thank goodness Yerkes Future Foundation is able to do this as a first step for the future of the building. In many places, the brick replacement is going right through the wall from inside to outside. They can't finish all of this before cold weather, so the work will continue also this spring. The specific reason I was there in September was at the request of the foundation to talk about the future of the Bruce telescope shown in this great old drawing. The Bruce astrograph was made by Warner and Swayze for Edward Barnard, and it was most famous for the Milky Way atlas that Barnard recorded, actually mainly taking place at Mount Wilson Observatory when the telescope was brand new. But this instrument continued to be a workhorse for many other astronomers, including Frank Ross, who used different optics for even more extraordinary pictures of the Milky Way. A number of ATS members will remember having seen the Bruce mounting still in use in the early 1990s here in what we call the South Building, or the laboratory building on the grounds of Yerkes. This is essentially the same location where Barnard had it set up in the early 20th century, but when we saw it at our second annual meeting, it was in the dome closest to the camera. But in more recent years, staff there decided to take it out to put a more modern, student-friendly telescope in the dome, and since then it's been in storage. But the idea now is it can be refurbished and put back to use. Here's the Bruce pillar, like so many interesting things, in storage under the gigantic floor of the 40-inch refractor. And right beside it, the astrographic equatorial head. It's a very heavy instrument. Now, fortunately, it has been set down there quite tenderly, so I think this thing is actually still in very good condition, because the Yerkes staff moved it here not so long ago, and mainly it's just a matter of putting this equatorial back together again. Unfortunately, not so much survives of the original tube assemblies that were carried on this mounting. These parts were part of the 5-inch refractor guide telescope for the Bruce. The objective lens, unfortunately, is lost. The 10-inch optics made by Brashear for the 4-element Petzval astrographic lens were shipped to Greece. Now, Bart Fried and myself and others have been working to get those optics back from Greece, and now, because the foundation is interested in refurbishing this instrument, the motivation to getting the optics back is stronger than ever. The 10-inch optics are gone, the guide telescope optics are gone, but the 6 1/4-inch Voigtlander lens optics that I believe went with this tube fragment, turns out they survive. Thank goodness they were labeled when they were taken off and put away. And it says right on it, front lens for 6-inch Bruce telescope removed and stored on January 9th, 1953. And here also, it says back element, but there's actually 2 pieces of glass in this cell for the Voigtlander lens. But optically, everything survives for at least this component of what was originally a 3-tube astrograph. And something I did not realize until very recently, turns out it was the 6 1/4-inch Voigtlander lens that recorded one of the 2 exposures used by Barnard to discover Barnard's star, the high proper motion star, the highest proper motion star in this multiple exposure graphic here, showing its changing position from 2007 back to 1991. The companion plate for the discovery of this fast-moving star was from the Willard lens at Lick Observatory that had the same focal length. So it was plates from 2 different telescopes that actually were blinked against each other with the Zeiss blink comparator by Barnard, another instrument that does survive at Yerkes, to discover this particularly famous star. So the fact that the Voigtlander 6 1/4-inch optics survive at Yerkes and can be resurrected and can help tell the story of the discovery of this highest of all proper motion stars, well, it's really cool and makes me quite excited with the prospect of refurbishing and reactivating the Bruce. Now, of course, among the smaller but very famous instruments associated with Yerkes that we are all going to be curious about was the Kenwood refractor that here Hale himself had it in his personal backyard observatory that was integrated into Yerkes Observatory as it was built. The 12-inch Brashear lens, Warner and Swayze mounting, Kenwood refractor. And here it is after it was installed in the North Dome at Yerkes, and it served as a workhorse for students and many different projects. But of course, with the passage of time, it was extensively modified, and it will be an even bigger project to refurbish the Kenwood, to restore it to service, to approximate its original form as seen here. But it's still quite possible. In fact, here's the base of the Kenwood in the South Dome of the lab building on the south lawn of Yerkes. We can't get the whole instrument in one picture because it goes right up through the ceiling beyond to an observing floor that will show you the scene up above. Next slide. And here's the equatorial to the Kenwood. Sometime in the 1960s, it began to carry a Schmidt camera with about an 8-inch diameter corrector plate and a 16-inch primary. Obviously, this instrument hasn't been used in a while. Folks were actually using it in the early 1990s, but it's sorely neglected now, but it hasn't been forgotten. A side view of the Kenwood equatorial. It's a massive instrument. The Schmidt camera above. But try to imagine Hale's excitement, his thrill, as a young man when this instrument was new in 1891 and in his backyard observatory. What a historic instrument. Hale's family was wealthy, so he had not just one 12-inch Brashear objective, but two. One on the left for visual work, corrected for observing in the yellow-green, and the one on the right Hale's family was wealthy, so he had not just one 12-inch Brashear objective, but two. One on the left for visual work, corrected for observing in the yellow-green, and the one on the right corrected for photographic work, in other words, corrected for blue light, sharpest focus in blue light. See, this one is labeled visual. And this one is similarly stamped on the lens cell photo for photographic, of course. Here's the original Warner and Swayze focuser. A beautiful piece of work. Not everything survives of the Kenwood, but enough does to indeed make it practical to resurrect the instrument. What's a little confusing, perhaps, are these tube assembly sections under the floor of the 40-inch, all from the Kenwood. We can count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you get 5 long 12-inch refractor tube sections for one telescope? Well, the reason is, sometime in the 1920s, Fecker re-engineered the telescope, and they set aside the original Warner and Swayze single barrel tube, and they made a new one, like a double-barreled shotgun. The gray tube sections, there's actually 4 of them there, though you can only count 3 in this picture. Those are the Fecker tube assemblies that allow using both visual and photographic objectives simultaneously. Here's the center casting that Fecker built. Looks like it's made out of aluminum, with making the double-barreled design obvious. An unfortunate thing is that the Warner and Swayze center section for just one barrel, which would have been an iron casting, unfortunately does not survive. So that will make it harder, but still not impossible, to resurrect the instrument in a single tube form. What the Kenwood is especially famous for is Hale's early work on the sun with his spectroheliograph made by Brashear, shown here, in which Hale and his associates successfully recorded monochromatic images of the sun in H and K blue light, and I presume also ultimately the red light of hydrogen alpha. But this was this instrument, unfortunately, has long been cannibalized. But it astonished me being back there recently doing the inventory to actually finally discover at least an original fragment of it.
Wow.
Now, believe it or not, this thing is a highly modified, but unquestionably a surviving part of Hale's original spectrohelioscope. Pardon me, spectroheliograph. The scope is when it's designed to look through. This one was for photography. And I did not see this at Yerkes as an employee there starting in the early 90s. But when I went back to do the inventory, it had materialized on a shelf. I don't know where it had been in the meantime, but I fear this is likely the only recognizable piece left to the Hale spectroheliograph. Here's a view of the back of that same assembly. It's actually the plate holder, and there's the moving slit that would have been right in front of the glass photographic plate. Small details in this mechanism correspond perfectly with some of the early photos and drawings of the instrument. There's no doubt in my mind at all that this came from the original, although what we see has considerable evidence of modification along the way. We don't have time but to touch on a few things from the Yerkes inventory. There's still a tremendous amount of stuff at Yerkes, but one place the typical tour certainly did not get to see was inside the Yerkes vault. Here the door is open. Let's take a peek inside. I inventoried everything. Here's the door open, beckoning us in. It's very interesting to consider the forethought that Hale had, including a vault at the observatory, anticipating that certain things were going to be so important, maybe data, or maybe valuable optical parts, whatever. Just the necessity of having a vault in an observatory. This was no afterthought, I'm sure. It was there from the very beginning. Now, by the way, as we step inside, there's a key hanging from the inside of the door with a screwdriver, but a little tag says, "Warning, this key is for changing the combination only. It will not get you out if you are locked in. Do not experiment." And I'm not sure whose initials those are on the tag.
Wow.
There are curiosities inside. What is this? Notice there are concentric circular patterns on the top of this. Looks like a piece of ice with frost. But no, that's not what it is. Here's the backside, and you can see there's a tag on it. Let's check out the tag. It reads, fragment of the 36-inch disc intended as a photographic correcting lens for the 36-inch object glass of the Lick Observatory, which exploded in the grinding.
Wow.
Given to E. E. Barnard by Elvin G. Clark at Cambridge, Mass. in 1893.
Wow.
How about this thing? Maybe it's a meteorite. Perhaps not a meteorite with a thickness like that and a curved edge. I'm sure many of you remember how in the very early days of Yerkes Observatory, way before the expedition to Mount Wilson, there was a solar telescope set up out on the lawn, the horizontal solar telescope. This was supposed to be an improvement from the heliostat room in the upstairs between the north and south towers, where the thermal conditions really were not so good for solar astronomy. So they built a horizontal solar telescope out on the lawn. But a very bad thing happened. I don't know how, whether it was an electrical spark or whether it was sunlight off a primary mirror. It's a pretty cloudy day. Who knows how the fire started, but man, it burned. The optics were not exactly low thermal expansion. Let's read the tag that survives with the artifact. It says, Mr. Kuiper, these, quote, paperweights are fragments of the coelostat mirror that was destroyed when the temporary coelostat building south of the observatory in the early days was burned. MRC. Well, that's Barnard's niece, Mary R. Calvert. She was the one who co-authored the Milky Way Atlas with Frost after Barnard's death. It wasn't published until after his death. He was such a perfectionist, he couldn't finish it. He struggled so, holding out for the most perfect reproductions of the plates. But Mary Calvert and Frost did. Mary recorded many things around Yerkes, sometimes with handwriting, sometimes with a typewriter, after her uncle was gone. And if Mary's testimony wasn't enough, on the back of the fragment, there's this tag, part of mirror destroyed by fire in first horizontal coelostat telescope south of Yerkes Observatory, but at the very top there, EEB. So that there is the handwriting of Barnard himself.
Wow.
What about this thing? Well, it relates to lunar atlases. There's quite a cult following for lunar atlases in the earliest days of the space race. But here's an artifact. It says on it, 5-inch diameter objective lens, achromatic in brass cell, used as projector lens for rectified lunar photographs at Yerkes Observatory, 1959-60, then at Lunar and Planetary Lab, University of Arizona, 1960 on. Original property of Yerkes, borrowed from unknown telescope, focal length 215 centimeters, about 85 inches. Well, that was the handwriting of E.A. Whitaker, the famous expert in lunar nomenclature, British-born astronomer who lived till 2016 and nearly a century of life, and he returned this lens towards the end of his life to Yerkes because he was the one who remembered where it had come from.
Wow.
He said it was from an unknown telescope, but perhaps some of you will agree with me. The characteristics of the cell speak volumes. The index marks there for the retaining ring, so simple, the nature of the threads, the way it's machined, it screams Fitz to me, of all things, Henry Fitz. Or maybe Byrne, or maybe Henry's son Harry, who knows? But it's not a Clark, and it's not a Warner and Swayze. Sure looks like a Fitz. Here's the side view. You can judge for yourself. I have a 6-inch Fitz objective, and it occurs to me one of these days I'll carry it to Yerkes and compare it side by side to help convince myself that this lunar cartography related lens is certainly a Fitz, but that's sure my hunch. Let me know what you think. This box was clearly labeled to forewarn us what we're going to find inside. But unfortunately, we know nothing else about it. It seems quite clearly a Warner and Swayze style cell. Some people might call it a Brashear style cell. It may have a very long focal length. I didn't have time to check that when I was doing the inventory at all. There was just no time. It may have been mounted piggyback on the 40-inch refractor, and it may have a focal length similar to that of the 40-inch, and therefore it would have been a lens to estimate the quality of the seeing, as was often used during parallax work as plates were recorded. Was the seeing good on a particular night? It was judged by looking at the stars through a very long focus finder, in effect, typically with no tube. So I have a hunch that's might be what this is, but only if it has a very long focal length. One of these days we'll have to check. What about the ship's wheel that came also out of the vault? In this case, there's a label. Wheel removed from Bruce Building, January 6, 1966, when building was raised. Wheel was, and then it goes on the other side, but what this wheel did, this was the dome rotation wheel. So Barnard and others had their hands a lot on this wheel in the course of their very long exposure photography, keeping that dome slit aligned with the slowly tracking astrograph. This wheel rotated, it cranked the dome. Here's a box that maybe more than almost anything else I found at Yerkes during the inventory kind of caught me off guard and blew my mind. This did not come out of the vault. This was in the empty, or well, nearly empty office of Professor Emeritus Lou Hobbs, who was a spectroscopist, high resolution spectroscopy, among other things. The box, though, says Michelson. Take a look at what's inside. It says 3.5-inch gold. I had my suspicions when I read this, but my mind was blown. It's a diffraction grating, one of the few examples surviving of those ruled by A. Michelson, the first American to be awarded a Nobel Prize in physics. Wow.
Very
and it was there. I had no idea it was in the Yerkes building until I did this inventory. Lou had it in his office. Well, I'm already over time and I have to wrap it up. We could go on and on talking about artifacts at Yerkes. Here's a picture from some years back when I was visiting with my solar physicist friend Steve Tomchek from High Altitude Observatory, and we were measuring the lens. And well, first we cleaned it. You can see how filthy it was. But I have finally just a few artifacts relating to the mighty Yerkes lens itself. Here's an unusual view of the lens with the camera handheld inside the tube, looking out through it. I'm holding the lens through, holding the camera through an open port as part of our cleaning. And here, as found in the vault, what I found related to the lens. Two 60-degree prisms cut from sample squares of crown and flint glass of the 40-inch lens. And it goes on and on. And there's a test report inside there too. Let's take a look. Here's the test report from the National Bureau of Standards, dated 1928. It's giving the indices at various standard wavelengths for both the crown and the flint lens types, glass types. And here are the little bitty pieces of glass that allowed those measurements to be made by the National Bureau of Standards. So just it's very interesting and fortunate that these things survive. Well, I'm out of time. It has been cloudy above Yerkes Observatory for a while, but I believe we have bright things coming in the future happening at Yerkes. The sky's going to clear. The Yerkes Future Foundation is doing and will continue to do very good things. I'm really very optimistic about that. So I look forward to reporting future news from this beloved place as we have it. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. Another great presentation.
Amazing, John.
Yeah, John, that was wonderful. Is there anything else you'd like to mention about your presentation of the Yerkes Observatory and your inventory there?
Well, I can go on and on talking about things there, especially with photographs, but I think I've abused your audience enough for one night. But I hope people enjoyed seeing some of that stuff that isn't normally seen, but obviously it should be. And it's easy to become wonderfully interested in history of telescope technology. So there are many opportunities for historical preservation all around the world. Some other people here already have been showing pictures of historic observatories close to their homes. Those types of presentations are of intense interest to me and to all other members of Antique Telescope Society. So to become engaged with history of astronomy and historical preservation is simply another opportunity for amateur astronomers at a grassroots level. That's the way to attack these problems individually, closest to home. So thanks for your attention, everybody.
Thank you, John. I mean, it's wonderful to have a presentation like this because John Briggs is really one of the few people in the world that could describe some of these things to you. And in fact, this inventory at Yerkes Observatory, had it not been shared by John, might have very well been lost. So it's very, very cool. This is one of the common or the threads that reach back to our history of modern astrophysics and and the way that it was developed and the tools and the gear and the people and all the rest of that stuff that made it happen. So John, thank you very much. That was awesome.
My pleasure, folks.
It was really great. Okay, let's return back to the astrophotographers. Who's has something up live right now?
I have.
So I just rejoined.
Andre-
Yeah, I rejoined briefly, and if we're looking for something rather quick, I can go over a couple of things that I've been working on. I think a good place to go might be a few pictures that I've taken from spring solstice. Does that sound like a good idea, or?
Yep.
All right.
Let's see. I can, and this will be maybe 2 minutes.
Sure. That's fine.
Yeah, the solstices are a great time to go aurora hunting, and so let's see if I go to just share my screen because that's what I'll do. So this is a page. I put together a web page of galleries of a lot of pictures. You've seen some of these. Spring solstice, great time to go to a place, and you don't have to go all the way north to see the northern lights. So this is a good example of that. We happen to get a good storm during the solstice on 320. So all I did was aim my camera north, and this is an unmodified camera. So you can take your regular DSLR mirrorless camera, go to one of these sites, aim north, and if aurora is happening, you will catch it. And in this case, we had a lot of beautiful colors that took place this particular aurora. I'm going to see if I can forward through. Yeah, I can. So taking lots of shots. And Point O'Barkey's Lighthouse, if you're ever in Michigan, you go to the Thumb. This is it's about a Bortle 3 dark sky, a great place. This red light is there. There's a red light that shines in that direction, leaving these shadows. You can see that the aurora was in the background.
It's beautiful.
So let's see, I went the wrong way, of course, because, why do something? Okay. So if we keep skipping through here, these are some of the shots that I took. I tried, so as soon as you're not facing north, the light here, and some of these are unprocessed, this is about what you see Milky Way wise, maybe not quite with the colors, but the detail is there in a Bortle 3 sky. And those are the lights from across Lake Huron in Canada. So these are some of the images that I took there, and they get more impressive because I was there at 3:40 in the morning. You want to do astrophotography, sometimes you got to wake up early in the morning when the events are taking place. And this was 3:40 a.m. I showed up and I looked north, and these things were happening. And so different exposures, different shots. Not every shot's perfect the first time around, so you just have to keep shooting. Turned over. The Milky Way core was rising. This is what I was here for. Found out there was aurora. You get some interesting images here if you just go, you don't do a long exposure, you miss a lot of detail, but you kind of see how dark it is out there, even with those lights from the lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Then you process a little more and you end up with a better image. And you end up with something like this. So you can look at, and I'm trying to remember the site. It's spaceweather.com. I just looked at a presentation by an avid aurora chaser, Mary Beth Kozinski, who has fantastic pictures of aurora. If you haven't heard of her, she was out taking pictures in Minnesota the same night I was out here, and I think a week before she was at another location in the thumb. There was aurora the week before as well, and she got some pictures there. But you can check a bunch of different sites to see when the aurora might be visible. And in addition to it being clear, the KP index is just one factor. Check out, there's a setting called BZ. I'm still learning about it. There's some other factors that tell you the real nature of the storm and if it's going to happen. And so you just go one night and you see if you can face north and get lucky. I wouldn't recommend trying that. So yeah, that night was clear and there was aurora. So it was a beautiful night.
That's a nice shot.
Which one? This one here?
Go back one. There you go.
This shot,
I like that.
one of the better ones that I took with the Milky Way going over the lighthouse. This is and I ought to process it and straighten that horizon out for you. But I did have a couple where I like this. So I think this is where I straightened out the horizon. This was that was the fixed version of the shot right there. And this was you can overdo your astrophotography too. You're out there and you're trying to do these night images. You have to be careful not to over process your images. On Instagram, it may look great, but on a bigger computer, you begin to blow lots of things out. Like if you look here, I've got some detail in the lighthouse. There's, the light is pretty bright. I think that's the same image, and I just tried to overdo it, and I lost. It's like I blew away the whole lighthouse there. So be careful with your night images and make sure that you don't just lose them. This is a sort of a real-time shot, and I think that's me taking the image right there. This is one I had forgotten I'd taken. I kind of like it actually, but it's there's the aurora. I think this is maybe a 30-second shot. This is kind of what it looks like facing away from the lighthouse. It's like me turning around from here and then moving closer to the lighthouse and then turning around. Yeah, and that's what you saw. So you just got to keep going. There go the pillars. Another closer view. Actually, I like that shot as well because I didn't blow away the light from the lighthouse. Don't know if anyone's living there or caretaking. They certainly don't care if I come out in image. So, I'm still with you today. This was one of the best shots I took. With the this was both a photography type shot where I framed it and just being a night shot with the aurora right in the center. That shot was composed. I did some more work with it. And then there's me processing, looking around. There's a lot of red. If you opened up the exposure, all the red light just sort of shows up. You have to, there's some stuff you can do to see there. I fixed it so that it wasn't so red. So this solstice night, it was a beautiful night and took a lot of images, but
Adrian,
unfortunately it all came to an end.
If someone would want to buy one of your images for a print or something like that, how would they go about that?
Well, they could talk to me and tell me which image you are interested in. I use local printing and can ship. I know I can ship to anywhere in the United States. I will have to find out if they will ship all over the world, to ship to other countries. But my email address is atvsigma@gmail.com. I generally work one-on-one with folks to say, if you're interested in an image, let me know how large you want the print to be and how, if you want me to have it framed, or if you'll frame it, we'll work together and we'll come up with a fair price.
Adrian, why don't you put in chat your email address and I'll post it.
I will, and I'd be happy to. Yep, and we'll finish this. So daylight came, and so did some birds. I didn't have my birding lens, and I will definitely put. Yeah, there's a couple of shots that are worth showing that I'll flip through. I will put that in chat, and you know what? Let's see if I can click out of here. Let's just do this. Okay. Roll all the way down. I took a lot of images, and the image, this is the final image I'll show everybody. Sunrise. Put the camera on a twig near the shoreline and took this photo, another photographer's photo, depth of field with the sun rising in the background and the little icicles. I think they're back out there now because it snowed today, but that is,
Nice.
I was there for maybe 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
And enjoyed imaging for the winter solstice. It was a beautiful, stop to take a look around to make sure, just to enjoy what I was seeing. The aurora never shows up as brilliantly as you photographed it from that far out. Once you take the photos, you see all the colors that are actually there. Your sensor picks it up, but you can see movement in the aurora, the light, the excited plasma that's going on up there. And again, Milky Way photography. I'm an avid chaser now, so I have to.
Yeah.
As soon as it gets clear again, I'm gonna try and go back out there.
All right, Adrian.
So
make sure that you put in your email address or a website where people can go and look at these. You got some people interested, so.
Let's see. Yeah, that
Hey,
is.
Scott.
So I put that website, and that's the website I was showing you.
Okay.
There's a button I can. Yep. So this is the website, and it's fairly simple. This is what you know what? I will quickly
There we go.
share. I don't want to take all the time, but I will quickly share. So this is my website that I was showing. These are the images I've got up there. I'll leave everyone to click to it. David Levy, who was here, loved that image of that tree. I've got a bunch of pictures of it. University of Michigan, where I graduated. And then on further down, these are earlier images. There's Comet. And I do wildlife photography as well for fun. But I think most of you watching right now are going to be interested in these images, the night photography, the spring solstice. Here's some earlier Milky Way shots, other dusk and nightscape, and even dabbling in astrophotography, actual shots of images, deep space objects in the night sky, and the comet was including the comet. There's other deep space objects I put there. So,
Yep.
So there you go. And
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Adrian.
Yep, no problem.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have Cesar and Molly here. Who would like to go first?
I gotta get off at some point to go eat dinner. So
Okay, all right. So you're getting hungry. All right.
Yeah,
Please have the thing ready. Me not yet.
Awesome. Okay.
Whoa.
So excuse me. Here we have Messier 65 and 66. So 2 of the 3 members of the Leo trio. I can't quite fit all 3 in the field of view of my C8, but I'm working on an image that I took on my refractor recently that is looking good so far, but I want to apply some new techniques to it before I put it out. But this is a live view of M65 and M66 through my 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain there. And I'm taking 3-minute exposures just through my light pollution filter. They're relatively close to the moon right now, so there's a lot of extra light pollution in the image there. But the one on the left is 65, and the one on the right is 66, because my image is flipped. So they're both about 35 million light years away in like the Leo, I think it's called the Leo 1 group of galaxies. And they're actually both of the same type. They're both an intermediate spiral galaxy, but they're at slightly different angles with each other with respect to us. So they kind of look different to us from here. And they're kind of close to each other physically. Something like 200,000 light years separate them, which is, I think, about twice, less than twice the distance from here to the Magellanic Clouds. But there's not a whole lot of star formation going on in both these galaxies, so they're not gravitationally interacting a whole lot. They did in their past, it looks like, from some of the weird warped shapes of the two. But a lot of heavy star formation is usually a sign that a galaxy has been disrupted by usually another galaxy. And you know that there's a lot of star formation when there's a lot of hydrogen regions. So those galaxies that have lots of pink and red clouds all throughout them in broadband pictures of them and stuff like that are ones that have recently interacted with other galaxies and are having lots of star formation going on as a result of that. So this is a live stack. I'm taking 3-minute subframes, and let's see, I've got, I had to restart the stack. So I've only got 9 minutes total integrated time here, but you can kind of see their shapes.
Yeah,
like that low integration time. And yeah, they make a nice pair and are really cool to look at in the telescope too, because they're quite bright, along with the third member that somehow Messier left out of his list, even though I think it's about as bright. There too. I don't know. There's some galaxies I've been looking at imaging lately that I just don't know how Messier missed these. You know.
Yeah.
I was reading though that there was a comet going through the area at about the time that he was trying to catalog things that were not comets, and suggestion that maybe he missed the third one because he was paying more attention to this comet. But I'm not sure. I don't know. That's just what I quickly saw when I was looking up some interesting information on these galaxies.
There's a little question here. Harold Locke is asking, by interaction, do you mean consumed by other galaxies?
Not necessarily. That is one way that interaction can happen, but think about like if you think about a balloon that you've rubbed on the carpet and charged up with electricity. Mm-hmm. You only have to hold it near your arm in order to get the arm hairs to stand up. They don't actually have to touch. And it's quite similar with galaxies. They only have to pass near each other as they're moving through space in order to start pulling material across the emptiness of space. And that movement of material can oftentimes spawn rapid star formation because you're mixing things up, you're adding some energy to the system, and that can cause the star formation. So they only have to pass near each other. They don't even have to consume each other or even directly pass through each other. Although like the Whirlpool galaxy, for instance, is interacting with NGC 5951 or whatever it is, the little one next to the Whirlpool galaxy. They've actually passed through each other a few times in the past. But these ones have probably just passed by each other sometime in the last several 100 million years.
Mm. Very cool. Very cool. All right, Molly, thank you.
Yeah.
And enjoy your dinner.
Yeah, I'm going to log off and go eat. It's 9 o'clock, almost 9:30 here. I was doing
late.
online tutorial with someone. So.
Right. All right, Molly, thanks again for coming on. That was wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Good night, all.
All right, Caesar, you are up next.
Yeah, yes, Scott. I have really near to have ready the stacking of the picture.
Okay.
Well, we can share my screen to suffer together.
Okay.
Here you can see the end. You can see my screen now. It's okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you're you're watching the end of the stacking, and I think that I'll have the final image maybe in few
I think we're
seconds.
just seeing the dialog box of the stacking. I don't know.
Yes, the stacking dialog box and
Uh-huh.
maybe you okay. Yes, the problem is that you are only no problem. I can search. I can change this to this share screen again, and here because there are two different windows.
I see.
Yes, now is where you.
Okay.
We will watch in few seconds. Yes, the final image. Computing final pictures, medium, and yes, again, we need to see what we have in the cook. This time, do you remember that last time I showed you pictures, separate pictures with a part of the building where Eta Carina Nebula
Right.
was in the back of the.
Yeah, it was blocking the nebula.
NGC 3356, I think. I think that is the number of this, and General New Catalog GNC catalog. Well, now we are waiting to have the final stacked picture. I took around 50 lights. I used master dark and a bias master or master bias. I don't have flats for this objective, unfortunately, but maybe we will have a medium quality picture from the city, from the balcony. And sorry that this is all in real time, and we are waiting this.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Yeah, yes. A few
That's
seconds.
the way it is.
Yes, you can see the bar.
Called live.
Yeah, yes. And this time I'll first of all I take the curves here with the same program, and we reopen with Photoshop only to see a bigger picture of more completely in a full size screen, and then two we can take with a better quality the curves, the luminance. But here we start to touch luminance and saturation, but I need that this software finish the picture, of course. Well, 20 seconds, 19, 17, come on. Yeah.
It's like a countdown to the launch.
Absolutely, yes, like a SpaceX Dragon. Is tomorrow or how is the launch?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm a little out of sync right now with SpaceX.
Yes, maybe 1 or 2 days. I don't remember.
Uh-huh.
I think that the crew is going to the capsule, but I don't know when is this.
I was really happy to see the Ingenuity, drone fly on Mars. That was really amazing.
Come on!
Yeah.
You see that?
Mind blowing.
Yes, mind blowing.
Yeah.
Because it's so historic. Because it's not it's not proposed by only rockets. If not, it's using the air of another planet.
Right.
Well, here we have.
There's Eta Carina.
Here we have something interesting. 30 First of all, we can make the saturation in 18 is okay.
Ah,
Okay.
Caesar, it cleared the building.
Yes.
It cleared
Now,
the building.
yes, I started to take the pictures or cite the pictures when the building put off of the screen of the field was off of the field. Saturation, luminance, maybe a little more.
Is it a mosaic or one frame?
So sorry, 50 frames. I understand you, okay, or you ask me another thing. Sometimes I don't understand all completely in English.
What I mean by a mosaic, Caesar, is that you have like multiple adjacent fields of view that you're tiling together.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, yes, the field is around, maybe 3 or 4 degrees, because it's a.
Oh yeah.
This is one single shot.
Wow. What is it, 80-80 or what is what scope?
This is the stacked.
What are the optics?
Stacked 50, yes. The first
DSLR?
stacked, they are a composition of 50 lights of 15 seconds.
And what is the focal length?
The focal length is around originally is 400 millimeters, but by the crop sensor, because we are using a APS-CS, is around 600 millimeters.
I see.
I think that this is around. I had an idea of I don't remember now, but it's 5 degrees. It's around 5 degrees.
That's a good field, though. Yeah, nice.
Beautiful, Caesar. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. That's great. It's nice to see Southern Hemisphere objects like this. So
yes,
wonderful.
Eta Carina is a nebula. It's a nebula. It's a very great nebula. Let me see if I can see. No, the best.
Keep them coming, Caesar.
Yeah.
This is great. We love the Southern Hemisphere.
Yes, we do.
Yes, if you have an opportunity to go, well, you told us that. I think that I listened to you that you went to the Southern Hemisphere. Or
it's
never.
a goal of mine to get some of my own images of the Southern Hemisphere stars. I'm not sure how we're going to pull that off, but maybe if I'm patient in a couple of years, I'll finally get to go. So I enjoy seeing that. It's a preview of some things that I'll try when I get down there.
Yeah, yeah.
Closest I came to the Southern Hemisphere was the Singapore. Singapore, just right on the equator. But I never got a chance to do any observing. It was just too light polluted.
Right.
But
Singapore is very light polluted. That's true.
Last Friday, my friend Pedro Saizai described it like a big dome, like a real life planetarium. Because in the night, the thing is that you have the center of the Milky Way in the zenith. Of course, that I know from Atlanta, Georgia, the sky in the North Hemisphere is amazing too. But something that many people that came from the North Hemisphere told us that the sensation to have in the zenith, the center of the Milky Way, that is really bright, really looks like solid, like something that you can touch, is amazing. It's something different. And sometimes we forget this, but in winter, in summer, when we have the Milky Way, we have a Capricornio, Sagittarius, and Scorpio in over your head, and this is a huge area of full of star. Is It's amazing. We have uh, one of our places where we make the star party in Mendoza, near to the Andes, to the mountains. It's a very clear sky, very. Thank you. That I had. I don't stop to share the. Yes, it's amazing that we turn off the lights because when the people, um, after the dinner, the people go to prepare the telescope. We use an amount of light because it's a sports center field and have lights, and we turn off the lights like a and this is amazing because sometimes you need maybe 15 minutes to see the stars. There in Mendoza, in San Rafael, it's so bright the sky, not so bright, it's dark really, but the Milky Way is so bright that the sensation is that you turn off the lights and it's like you turn on the projection of a planetarium.
Wow.
This is people from the app. So, well, I told this to Scott when we received the APSO spring meeting in the 2010. We made together was a really amazing meeting with Arn Scott and I don't remember the names. Well, of a lot of people from the APSO from Boston. Was an amazing conjunction of people from Argentina and United States, UK, came people from Brazil, Chile, and really we enjoyed that sensation of to share the hemisphere, south hemisphere sky with people say, "Wow!"
Yes,
and really it's something that it's amazing. Well, I for me for I ever I'm helpful for the to the people from Atlanta Astronomy Club that they invite me in the 1999 to their star party in Peach State Stargaze in Macon near Atlanta, Georgia. Was a wonderful. I never feel so strong hospitality for the people, and it's something that is incredible that all people that went that you found in another third party in another place of the world make the same shows, talk of the same shows, the same humor, the same sense of soul or hospitality. You know, it's amazing. It's something that it's like now.
Cesar, don't reveal too much. We are coming from Sweden to your secret hunting lands.
Yeah.
Well, Pekka, how are you today?
I'm fine. I was shooting the moon almost until it drive past western area where I have my house facade. So I took a movie when it flew by.
Oh, cool!
It disappears behind the wall. So I was shooting. I have processed now almost 4 of them. I can show you them.
Please.
If you want to you see them right now or?
Sure.
Okay, let's go on business. We can start with today's sun, maybe.
Okay.
Let's see. No, it was yesterday. Or yeah, yesterday. See it?
Ah, okay. See some sunspots.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's with ED 80 and 178 mm.
There's something on the limb there, near the limb.
There is 3 different spot groups. This is the new one. And there is, I think, I have to check with numbers. This is, but I will go get my Father Continuum green filter today.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And with UV IR clock filter, it will be much more detailed.
Right.
So right now I'm shooting only with the white light filter. But let's see some moon. I thought this is only processed very fastly for this show, so I haven't done any work.
Good. Very nice.
Let's see where we are. Okay, this is one of them. Should I? Let's see if I can move this one. Yep. Can expand it a little bit so you can see a little bit detailed on it. It's going so slow in your
Very nice.
Yeah, I got it quite sharp actually. This Apenius, Montes Apenius, it's coming soon for you.
Oh,
it's a delay about 15 seconds from my screen.
It looks beautiful. Becca.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Nice.
And it's only 80 millimeter.
Wow.
And when I take my ER Pass 652 nanometers filter with my ED 120, I can expect a little bit more.
Very nice.
And then we have this one very close up for craters. And don't ask name. Not yet.
I have a funny story about observing the moon. Once I was at Palomar Mountain, where the historic Palomar 200-inch telescope is. Behind the 200-inch is the 60-inch that was, I guess, put up by the Oscar Mayer family that makes Oscar Mayer foods or something. Anyways, the San Diego Astronomy Association was there, and they had turned the telescope onto the moon. And you could see that the eyepiece was not on a diagonal, but pointed straight out the back of the telescope. Now, normally, of course, they don't put eyepieces on such telescopes, but they did for this observing night. And everybody wanted to see deep sky objects through this 5-foot diameter mirror. But they did have the moon, and you could see the image of the moon projected on the floor. I mean, it was so bright. It was so bright. and so they asked who would like to see the moon, and all of these other amateur astronomers, they said, "Oh no, I don't want to ruin my night vision." I said, "Get out of my way. I want to see the moon through a 60-inch telescope."
Yeah.
Pekka, I will tell you that the image, the scene conditions were so still that night.
Yeah.
That it looked like you could see gentle rolling hills on the moon.
Like mine last night.
Oh my God. And then we got to craters, and it was just so much detail and everything. It was mind blowing. It was incredible. I was the only one in the group of, 30 amateur astronomers that actually saw it, because everybody else thought it would ruin their night vision for the night. I was so pleased. I just, after that observation of the moon, I was completely satiated. I was just like, this is great. I'm happy. If that's all I could see that night, I was pleased. But of course, it didn't take so long for me to regain my night vision to look at other deep sky
I
objects.
can show you my night how condition was. I can show you some movie clips.
Okay.
But Scott, I have done that. I have looked once full moon through my 8-inch Celestron with 32 millimeters, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
And I will never do that again.
No?
No, because it was so bright.
It is pretty bright.
And it hurts.
It hurt your eye.
Yes. I got, it was, I will never do that without a filter. Wait.
Not a solar filter.
Yeah, no, yeah, almost. Let's see if my picture is.
Yeah, you might want a neutral density filter.
Can you see that we have 1,000 of pictures?
Yeah, it looks like we're vanishing off into infinity.
Is that because me or let's see? I
It's
stopped
because
sharing.
Yes.
I stopped sharing.
Can I share?
All right, we're back.
Should I show you some movie quickly so you can see the conditions?
Okay.
How good condition it was. Let's see. I will move this somewhere else so I can see you as well. There. Let's see now. Share and share. Oh, come on. Share and there. Share.
There we go.
Oh, that looks familiar, Pekka. I encounter those conditions regularly.
Now, in this picture, do you see those very thin clouds?
Yes.
Yep.
But they will disappear very soon. After that, is like I was like in the So that was really, really good night.
Yeah, very still. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was that is one.
I was looking to see if you were imaging. It looks like you imaged it before lunar X and lunar V would show up.
What's lunar V?
So though there are features on the moon, there's a couple of bordering craters. If the Terminator, the shadows hit them just right near the southern part of the moon, it looks like a little X on the moon. And if the near the top, near this mare, it looks like a little bitty V on the moon. And it's just a feature of how the shadows hit the moon as it gradually grows.
I haven't had time to check them yet because I shoot them for 6 hours ago.
Well, but you're shooting a little bit better than that. You're going in and seeing actual craters. I mean, you're digging a lot deeper. I would say that these images are more impressive than you can handhold a camera with a large lens and get lucky enough to take a picture. But like you can see some of the ridges in your picture right now, if you look kind of to the lower left. What happens is sometimes the shadows will hit those ridges just so that it would appear to form those letters. But it's a novelty for those who take pictures of the moon using using our cameras. But I'd say what you're doing is far more impressive.
Okay, thank you.
Very nice.
This last one is when the moon is going. It's coming soon for you. There, it's going behind the wall.
Cool. Oh, there we go.
Cool.
Bye. And fade to black. Yes.
Yeah. And good night for me.
Very cool.
There
Very
you
cool.
are.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Cool.
gentlemen, is there anything else to share, or do we call it a
Yeah.
night?
Yes.
One last thing.
Okay. Let's do it.
If I can share the screen. Oops, sorry. Was that
No,
you,
no,
Jason?
you first.
Oh, hey, Caesar. Okay, so let me share the screen here. Okay. So the moon, we were just on the moon. Let's see here. Okay. Go to... Okay, so I just got the moon. It just went up a little here.
Oh, yeah.
So can you see my screen?
Yes.
So I want to do a little moon cruising with you guys. So
Impressing.
moon
Wow.
cruising the moon. So this is just this is with my 13 millimeter Langler, so it's like 156 power.
With cell phone.
With a cell phone.
With a cell phone.
And so it's in an 8-inch. I know you don't like 8 inches looking at the moon, but this is the way to do it, Pekka.
Yeah.
You know,
It's pretty good.
You don't have to worry about your eyes. You can look at it. Now, here's the cool part, though. Watch. When I zoom in, this is what an 8-inch. This is what an 8-inch can do for you, right?
Yeah.
It's shaking around because I'm touching. Let me just let it stabilize. Wait. Let me just go a little bit to the left.
Yeah, mine
Okay,
was
let me just let it
80
stabilize.
millimeter. I have 120 left, and then my 8-inch, and then my 11-inch.
So you can see quite a bit of detail, and if
Look at
it's
that.
really nice to be able to see it. If I go,
wow,
Look at the mountain peaks there. Yeah.
Now it's a little. You can see a little bit of seeing, but let me just focus it a little bit more. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the jiggliness here. There we go. That's pretty crisp. And then you can see all the little ridges inside of the Mare.
Oh yeah.
And you can see the
yeah.
and then
I'm
if we go
impressed. Really?
and you go a little bit.
Yeah. Impressive.
And you go this way. Hold on. Sorry. There we go.
Wow.
See all the little craterlets.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see. I love when you see on the right. You can see some of the peaks coming through. Just peeking out and getting their
So
sun.
looking. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And then just go in here.
I think one of those features you just looked at, Cameron, formed the lunar V. It was a little further
this is
down.
nice.
You know, Cameron, your 8-inch is so well collimated that I'm a little bit jealous.
Well,
So let's have some fun with this view before we go. Let's go to the Apollo 11 landing site. Is that fully visible yet?
Let's take a look here. Yeah, it's over here to the left.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Apollo 11 is visible.
Nice.
But it's on a
I think
limb.
it's somewhere around here, eh? Forgot exactly.
A little bit higher.
Further south, I think. It's actually, if you go, I think you go a little further south. Zoom out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zoom out some. I'll look at.
Yeah, you guys tell me where to go.
All right, so let's zoom out a little more. All right, so let's see the. Okay.
Who's the telescope?
Okay, yeah, you were. It's a backwards view, so I do believe Apollo 11. If you go a little further south, it's actually down. Yeah, now it's in the center. If you zoom in, you're zooming in towards where Apollo 11 landed. Now, so that's the Mare, and to the right somewhere is where Apollo 11 actually landed.
Yeah,
I think it's to the right of what you're showing.
Excellent.
You can see some of the craterlets there.
Yeah, and so in this area, if I am not mistaken, of course, One of the planes in this area is where they landed, Apollo 11. Apollo 16 is not too far away from the Apollo 11. It's even further to the right and a little bit above where you are. But Apollo 11 and Apollo 16 landed Sea of Tranquility to the left, and then Apollo 17 landed north on the northern edge of the Sea of Tranquility. So you would have to zoom out. Let's see if we can find that. We zoom out, and then we go north a little bit. Same sea, but in the area. So if you go left of where you are now, let's see, yep. If you go that way, and then we go up a little further. Yeah, the upper part of your picture is the area where Apollo 17 would have landed. And,
actually, there's a really.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have
That's
a
an
really
interesting.
good edge.
Oops, sorry. Let me just get this.
That's okay. Yeah, go ahead and zoom in. We'd have to look up some of the crater names. I know there's some names there we could look up. And then finally, Apollo 15. Yeah, Apollo 15 is the other. I think that'd be that would be kind of dangerous for Apollo 17 to land there. I'm not so sure that was the actual site. I know it was north, probably a little south of that area. South and, it's east. You've got a reverse view of the moon, but kind of where there's a V leading into the Sea of Tranquility. I believe that was Apollo 17's landing spot. 15. Yes. Now 15, 15's a little easier to spot. This ridge, if you go north, so if you move north down to the center, this was the all-Michigan crew of Apollo 15. They landed in a small ridge next to the sea. So this mountain chain, so if you go north and I guess left, so if you go up and left of where you're looking, there's this huge, okay, so that's the wrong direction. Let's go to the other. Yep, that area right here is the Apollo 15 landing site. That's drifting south and off of your screen. That we just passed by the Apollo 15 landing site. So it's at the top of your screen. There's a little plain in between these two ridges. And I'll have to double check because it's that little area where Apollo 15 would have landed. There's also this area here. But I believe they actually fit Apollo 15 down here. So those were 4 of the 6 landing sites are visible. And if you count Apollo 13, that would be 7 because Apollo 14 landed where Apollo 13 could not land because of the complications they had. So 12 and 14 are on the other side facing the moon, south, quite a bit way south of the crater Copernicus, which I think is the large crater that right now it's not visible. It's in shadow. When the moon becomes more full, you're able to see the other 2 Apollo landing sites. And there were 6 total. I am always okay to be corrected if Rick Hill's not here. Some of the other lunar experts we have aren't here to correct me. But I know that the landing sites are close, and you can see why those are not landing sites. Those were not picked.
Pretty nasty.
There are obvious reasons. You do not want to land, where it's just going to be easy to crash. And that part of the moon I mean, the whole moon is pockmarked, but those seas provide enough flat ground to land. And I know that I don't know where the Chinese landing spots are. I know one, I believe, is on the far side, so we would never be able to see it naked eye from Earth. And they managed to land on the far side and did some exploration there. But yeah, Cameron, these are some beautiful moon images, kind of proving what kind of detail you can get with a well collimated small aperture scope and an iPhone mounted to the eyepiece, or however you've got it mounted. But
yeah, no,
very
I mean,
well done.
and most important, good seeing. I just lucked out. I mean, this is pretty darn good seeing tonight.
Nice.
I have to say.
Yeah.
Nice.
Adrian,
Yeah.
do you know what the angle size was for moon landers that they could not exceed to reject from the moon surface?
I do not know that. I know that none of the missions, aside from 13 because of a problem, none of the missions aborted. Apollo 11 almost missed their landing site. They were coming down on boulders, and so Neil Armstrong took control of the lander manually and moved to the site where they eventually would touch down. So that manual adjustment.
Yeah, but I mean, when they have,
know what the angle of entry was.
not the angle of entry. When they land, the landing site. So when the moon lander lands, it can land on the surface that is on two. How do you say, on angle? I think it's only 3 or 4 degrees.
That is something that I think I'm going to be looking up. Yeah, they could only.
So they cannot be tilted too much.
They can't land on. Yeah, if the ridge is like this, that
no,
fails.
but they cannot shoot. They cannot reject anymore because they have to. It must be almost flat
and level. Yeah. I'm sure there's a. Yeah, which is why your seas. This area was a better place to land than anything over to the right.
I think Eagle was 3 degrees tilted, and that was really almost maximum.
Yeah, and plus with the adjustment that Armstrong had to make, I imagine it was a little bit of a gamble, actually.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anywhere the actual maximum angle or the tilt when they are able to land on that spot where they are going to land, because afterwards when they land and it's tilting too much, they will not be able
I imagine it, if you talk totally level at 0, it can't be very far from that at all. That's an interesting point and something to look up, because I'm sure that played a factor in the
I have
choice.
read a lot of Apollo project, but there is some questions I haven't
haven't been able to.
And
I don't know if well-targeted Google searches will direct me to publications, but I still think that's a very good question. I know that the moon landing since have had to take that into account as well, whether manned or unmanned. All the unmanned moon landings, I'm sure, had to make sure they were landing at a correct site. This is.
Yeah, but the technology on 69. And on my watch, in my Samsung watch, I could land on Mars almost.
And see, I think, we'd have to look at, because they landed Perseverance on Mars, right? And I think they picked the crater, I think
Yeah.
Zero crater, if I'm not mistaken, on Mars, and they had to make sure the landing site, wasn't very well tilted either. A lot of exploration that they had to do. And I want to say that the crater they picked on Mars is similar to the feature that we're seeing on the moon right now on Cameron's screen. Not the, I don't know if it would be like this crater here, but yeah, you're hitting something like this, you're hitting a small target from your calculations better be spot on. That NASA team landed Perseverance. I don't think they missed. If they missed, they didn't miss by much at all where they landed it. So that level of precision.
It's interesting. I'm reading an article here, and when they did land, they were off by several miles of the place that they had chosen. And it said there's some worry inside NASA about whether from Earth they'd be able to pinpoint the lunar module's landing location. The moon was mapped, but not in anything like fine up close detail. There were no constellations of tracking satellites around the moon in 1969. With a wry smile, Armstrong radioed Houston. He said, "The guys who said we wouldn't know where we are the winners today." In the 22.5 hours, Armstrong and Aldrin were on the moon in the Eagle. NASA never found them. The crewmate, Michael Collins, was overhead orbiting the moon in the command module, Columbia. The command module had a telescope as part of its navigation instruments, and Mission Control asked Collins to search for the lunar module and his crewmates for every time he flew over. It was a bit of like a wild request. Even with the telescope, Collins was orbiting at 69 miles, looking down on a space bigger than Manhattan, trying to find a spaceship that, looking down from above, was just 31 feet across, with himself traveling at 3,700 miles per hour. According to Chapin's account, Collins had just 2 minutes to search the landing area during each overflight. So they never actually found him during the time.
They didn't know where they are.
Not exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, they ended up alive because of Armstrong's maneuver. I think the alternative would have been a little more catastrophic than that.
Very true.
29 seconds left of fuel.
It's something that you can imagine. It's incredible.
Yeah.
A gutsy but heroic call.
Yeah. Oh, that documentaries has been watched so many times. And every time, have you seen this very slow motion original video from Saturn V launch of the engines?
I haven't.
On the launch pad.
That's something I'll need to look at as well.
It's not 4K. It's an original video, and it's one camera filming in very high speed, the highest speed at that time, and you can see how the iron and the first of all all painting works just float away. It's like powder, and you can see how actually the iron begins to burn when the 5 engines started, and you can feel the power of them. Actually,
that's very interesting. Yeah, when the moon is out, it itself is an interesting topic. Scott, you mentioned that a lot of astronomers, the amateur astronomers,
they avoid the moon.
Want to ruin their night vision with the moon.
Right.
But I think I would say a lot more amateur astronomers, those that are still watching, when the moon is out, take a look at it and see what you can find, because
it's just reflected sunlight. It's not like you're looking at the sun or anything. So
right, it can be bright, and the bigger the aperture, your eye will suffer a little bit if you don't use a moon filter and the moon is full. But the moon gets I think you learn, who's come into astronomy, amateur astronomy, or who the mentors for some amateur astronomers are, depending on how they view the moon. I remember with the hardcore visual astronomers, the moon was pretty much the enemy, and you're almost taught to hate the moon because it's the enemy.
Observers, the deep sky,
and visual observers. It's about these faint fuzzies, and that's where excitement comes from. So there's nothing wrong with that view, but I found it less stressful to go ahead and take a look at the moon itself and see what I could learn. I get the email from Rick Hill now, and it's fascinating, some of the all of the craters that he observes and then he shares with us.
Yeah.
Each of those craters is named, and if I was able to rattle off the names of those craters like I can rattle off the names of stars, that would be fairly impressive trivial knowledge, because you can always look these things up, right? But it would still be fun and impressive. I only know of
look how majestic
a couple of them.
Look how majestic that is. It's beautiful. It is.
That's mesmerizing.
Yeah.
I'm just I'm really happy to be able to share this. I mean, this is the first I've seen it like this, and I have to say, this is a wonderful way to look at the moon without burning your eyes out.
yeah, exactly.
I would just, if you remember the settings you put, I mean, I think a lot of these are standard. I see you're using Pro mode.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Yeah,
thanks, Adrian. Just for everyone's benefit. So I'm using a Samsung Note, and there's 3 different cameras. When you put it in Pro mode, it uses the middle camera. Okay, so that way when you line it up with the eyepiece, it doesn't flip around. That's what was happening earlier. Changing camera. So what happens is you do that, it forces it to the one camera, and then it limits the zoom to 10 times. So I'm at 10 times right now. The native 1 times, this is my eyepiece resolution, which is 156 power. But when I go 10 times, I mean, I'm really impressed that it keeps the integrity quite nice. And the pro settings I use are I use for focus, I focus to infinity, and then I go 1/60th of a second, 1/60th of a second, and you can play with the ISO, like that will make it sharper, less noisy. So you can play with that. So you can do different things. Obviously, that's your gain, right? So I change it to 100. That gets it a bit more. And then you can change the exposure time, obviously. But I think you can like go lower exposure time. But with this seeing, we are really, really good. So the 1/60th of a second seems to be pretty optimum. And then if I change it back to 100, so yeah, this seems to be a pretty good setting.
Yeah.
But another thing you notice as I'm doing the cruising here, you can see it's shaking around a lot, and there's not much wind, but this shows you the mount, right? I mean, I don't forget I'm multiplying by 10, right, on top of the power. But
I think that's atmospheric disturbance. You're basically going through the atmosphere, and it's like you're underwater a bit.
That's true. That wavering is true. But whenever I touch and I'm playing, like you can see when I'm like doing this type of thing, and then you see it takes a while there's some vibrations, like right now. Then it starts settling. Yeah. That's just the mount, right? And then
I have to go. My taxi is coming. I am going to leave some.
All right. It's good morning. Good morning, Pekka.
Yeah, I have to leave some blood samples to my doctor.
All right.
But if I can share my last picture, I just got it ready.
Sure. Stop sharing here. Just a minute.
Do it.
You bet. Okay. Awesome. Let me stop sharing. Go for it, Becca.
It's the last one before go.
Nice.
Nice, beautiful. Yeah, it's hard to take the picture. This is really good. Really good.
Thank you.
Very nice.
And it's
great work.
And that's with an 80 millimeter too. That's an 80 millimeter.
80
That's
millimeter.
awesome. Yeah.
So when I got going on with my 8-inch and 11-inch with AC,
You know what you might want to try, Becca? Are you using a Barlow or a power mate or
not yet,
a multiplier?
Not yet.
You should try that and increase the focal length. That will help.
Yeah, I'm trying to, because I have several cameras, I have several telescopes, so I have to find the optimal combo.
Sure.
Yes.
So it's
fun.
it's quite it's not so easy to find the right combination, actually.
Yes. But you figured out your setup. I mean, you've got your mount, which is great, and you can just switch the optical tube, right? Which is great.
I love the mount.
Yeah.
It's as good as almost as Scott's this big one.
Oh, the GM11. Yeah. Lost Mandy. That's a beauty. Yeah.
Yes. But I'm pleased with the GTX. It's doing well.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and have a nice upcoming day. And sleep well, and see you tomorrow. And,
all right, see you tomorrow, Becca.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, Becca.
Bye.
Good morning. I mean.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right.
I think that Caesar had one last one that we wanted to show.
Yeah, Southern
We're
Skies.
going to call it a night.
Yes, good call. Good call.
Finish the
one more for the road.
One more for the road.
This is the last.
Is that the jewel box?
Image.
Is that the jewel box cluster?
Yes. Here you have the jewel box cluster. This
nice.
one is the Mimosa star for the Southern Cross.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the more you show us this stuff,
nice.
Caesar, this is good. This is great. I mean, we'll be all ready to go as soon as we get access to the Southern Skies. It'll be really fun.
Yes. Here do you have the
it's the Coalsack.
Yes, the coast. Yes.
Oh yeah, you can see it.
This area, no, because you have this area.
Yeah, actually, I see. There's a string too, and the Coalsack has a little bit of darker nebulosity that kind of goes in the chain up there too. Yeah.
Here in this area,
cool.
you can see this, and today I started with this. Is it the entire Southern Cross? Well, this is. Yes, I wasn't not so good. I need to reprocess again, and I will show you the next week for the entire next week and the Coalsack. And this is just the Eta Carina Nebula.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Not so good, but
beautiful.
Yes, it's very interesting for only a camera. You know, this is very interesting because this shape is part of the explosion of the star Eta Carina.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
Yes.
That's called the Butterfly Nebula, is that right?
But not in this area. Yeah, it's Keyhole Nebula is the name of
Keyhole.
Keyhole Nebula.
Yeah.
Keyhole Nebula.
Yes. And when you zoom in, the Hubble image of that, right? Caesar, the Hubble image shows it, like you say, there's kind of like a darkened band in the middle, and it kind of explodes in two directions, like an hourglass. Is it right?
Yes, the hourglass. Yes.
The hourglass. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Yes. Yes. That would.
Yeah.
And it's in the middle of the city. This is a polluted area, but if
Amazing. It's amazing.
This is amazing.
In the
processing
middle
all,
of Buenos Aires, so that's great.
yeah, sorry,
It's great.
full of lights, and it's but it was a great experiment from here to with only a camera, a reflex camera with a zoom of 300 millimeters, using with a crop sensor of 60 30, 40 millimeters focal length. Well, it was an amazing. No, not amazing. Was a nice to take a picture tonight.
Yeah.
Cesar,
Thanks.
thank you.
That's very nice.
You guys, thank you very much for your contributions tonight, and sharing and camaraderie and all of that. So until the next Global Star Party, which should be next Tuesday, we will we'll see you later. And to the audience, thank you for all your great comments and everything. And
Thank you all.
yep, as my great friend Jack Horkheimer used to say, keep looking up, and we'll see you next time.
Excellent.
Awesome. Thank you. Keep looking up.
Take care.
Keep looking up. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Awesome.
All righty, I'm on my way. See you, Cesar.
Hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable.
See you, Adrian.
Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.